If we had, yes, donate to the school, $ FDMG school on your Cash App. 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 If you need to mail in your donation, make it payable to the FDMG Academy, P.O. Box 9634. P.O. Box 9634. P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware. That is Wilmington, Delaware, 19809. We appreciate $1, but we would rather have 10. We appreciate $20, but we would rather have 50. We appreciate $50, but we would rather have 100. We appreciate $100, but we would rather have 200. We're trying to renovate a school, brothers and sisters. We're trying to renovate a school. We're not fixing a flat tire. We're not fixing a flat tire. We're not opening up a penny candy shop. We're not selling water ices, okay? We're not selling hot dogs. We're renovating a school. Do you understand? Do you understand? So please, brothers and sisters, give what you can. We're building an institution, okay? We're trying to give our children a chance that we didn't have. That's what we're doing. I don't have to pin it because I done already told you what it is. Don't be lazy. $ FDMG school. Don't be lazy. $ FDMG school. Before I continue with my message, thank you, Sister Avanti, $10 coming on the Cash App. Thank you, sister. Next time, make it 20, but thank you for that 10. I know you barely had that. Thank you, sister.
All right. Thank you guys so much for tuning on in. Thank you for your patience. We got a lot to get into today. The Quartet Undefeated. All right. Trigger warning. Let's go.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming.
Hold on. Yeah. Nah, I got this.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's 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 coming. Oh, it's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. Thought his personality be twerking. It's twerking.
You guys, everybody calling Umar Pumar. Don't you guys don't do that. you guys so petty. Don't call Umar Pumar. It is funny, but dang. All right. So we got a lot to get into. There's going to be a little bit of a change in our plan for today. I forgot to move my wife's purse. The plan was to cover, and we are going to cover it. The video that Umar did recently, where he's cleaning up toilets in FDMG. So we're going to do that. But the thing is that there's another version of that video, because I have two. It's in two parts, the one that I have. But there's another version that has appeared, and we're going to go with that version because it appears to be more complete. That way, we won't have to backtrack in the future. So there's a little bit of a change there. But we're going to get right on into it. Okay, I'm going to give a very brief introduction here, and then we'll get right into the video, because yesterday we didn't get much work done at all. Shout out to the Cookie Crush chat. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for all the support. I appreciate you guys. People. Some of you guys are newer. Some of y'all been here for a long time. I want to say thank you so very, very much. Cookie Crush chat's undefeated. Absolutely hilarious in there. I got to stay out of there as much as possible, but I did get a chance to watch some of yesterday's live stream, and I was just in the chat room cracking up. So you guys are awesome. Shout out to the Cookie Crush chat. There is a poll question. The poll question is, who shizzled in the FDMG toilets? 70% now. There's 418 votes to 422 votes. 70% say Umar Johnson. 2% set the contractors. The contractors, Umar was trying to blame the contractors for this foolishness. 23% set the homies that came through, so just people who happen to come through, and then 6% said other. Okay, I don't know what the other would be. Maybe I haven't thought of any other possibilities. But that's the poll question. Make sure you get your vote in at some point during this live stream. Our goal is always to get to 500 likes. Well, yesterday we got over 1,000. So if at any point you're enjoying this show, hit that like button. It makes a huge difference. Yesterday's show, I think it's close to 20,000 views already. So y'all awesome. Thank you so much. Okay. I want to get right on into this. Radiant Shadow became a member again. Thank you so much. And then Iceman Vamp. What's up, Iceman Vamp? Says, make it payable to FDMG Trap Bando. Yeah. Everything is about getting money with Umar. And it's amazing to me how long this school scam has gone on. Historically speaking, in 2010, Umar stated it was January of 2010. He said that the school was going to open September 11, 2013. It's 2025. He said it was going to open 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Now he's saying in 2026. It was actually supposed to open last month. Obviously, it has not taken place, and it just continues to drag on and on. And people can ask the question, any rational person, if you're failing at something over and over again, wouldn't you just stop at a certain point? But not Umar. Well, why doesn't Umar stop? Well, because this is his main source of income, and it has been for over 15 years. This FDMG school scam. There's FDMG related other scams too, like the Shocker Meeting and all this other stuff. But the FDMG school scam, that's been his main source of income. And that's why he continues to do what he does. Okay? Just to put all this in context. Okay. Thank you, Iceman Vamp. And you know, over the years, it's amazing because Umar, back in the day, he used to get a lot more money. The other thing, he had a lot of other ways of getting money out of people. He had his initial PayPal account, which got shut down. He set up another one. He had GoFundMe, that got shut down because of fraud. He had Plum Fund, that got shut down because of fraud. He had CashApp, that got shut down because of fraud. Now, only thing that he has left is PayPal. He has another PayPal account that he's had for some time because he reestablished it. But PayPal, but all those other, money transfer, if I can use the term mechanisms, he doesn't have that anymore. So that also puts a strain on Umar in terms of the amount of money he's able to receive. And that's why at this point, he's up inside of these abandoned buildings, scrubbing toilets to try to get money out of people. Okay. So let's get right on into the video. I'm going to start it from the beginning. The other thing I want to mention is trigger warning for anyone. If you need to look away, because some of this stuff is quite graphic, and it amazes me that Umar would even put this online and live stream it. He didn't archive it on his Instagram page, but obviously, evidently, people have copies of it, and we're going to get into the main version of it today. All right, so let me pull that up now. Thank you guys again. Everyone inside the Kuku chat, appreciate you all. Chelsea became a new member as well. Thank you so much. All right, okay, here we go.
For the Black boys, hold on, we coming, baby.
Okay, this is like kind of like an introduction. It's not the actual video. This is the actual video we want to get into right here.
I'm your Pan African Studies professor. Oh, yes.
Oh, man, this is going to be crazy. I can already tell this is going to be wild. I didn't know it was this. Yeah. Yeah, for eating, make sure you look away. Okay.
Because that is the zestiest thing I heard all year. I hope.
Okay, look, it's just filthy. Okay. He got the scrubber sitting up there. Well, maybe it's brand new. I don't know. But someone had mentioned, and I don't know, because we did. Back in the day, we would get cleaning supplies from the dollar store. These days, we don't do that. But if anyone can tell, because people were saying that these are dollar store cleaning supplies, can anyone verify that in the Cookie Crush chat? Hit the one.
That wasn't a man who just said that. I'm a hope and
There's Lysol.
pray. I'm going to hope and pray that wasn't a man. Somebody please tell me that wasn't a man who said that. Please, I hope that's a sister.
You sending.
Wait, what is going on here? See, this is why I don't want to really use this version, because it's all over the
10
place.
cents, huh?
Why in the
Bitch ass.
Bad. I'm mad. I think this is just kind of like snippets of the actual video. With all this trash over the place.
You Negroes are so weak-backed. Y'all
Yeah, we saw this
complain
one
over
yesterday.
everything, cry over everything. Somebody got tissue in the toilet, didn't even flush it.
Oh, my
Contractors, brothers and sisters, these are brand new toilets.
Okay, we covered this yesterday. He blames the contractor.
Brand new toilets, and this is what they do.
And he's just pouring cleaning supplies. It looks like it's bleach, but you should flush it first. I didn't see him flushing at all. It may be that the water pressure is really low because the water's cut off, or that it's cut off altogether, and they just been using these toilets without flushing because there's no water.
Yeah.
It's just gross.
Brand new toilets, and this is what they do.
Using his foot. Just gross.
Off the hook.
Okay, we saw this yesterday.
Off the hook.
Dang, he's spilling. Stop. Anybody know what that is? It looks like it's bleach.
Brand new toilets. That don't even belong in the toilet. This is insane.
Yeah, that does look like Dollar Tree or Dollar Store. If you think that it's Dollar Store, hit the 1. If you think it's other, hit the 2. Okay.
They know it. The social media know-it-alls. They know everything. Built nothing, know everything.
Look at all the ones.
Social media know-it-alls. Built nothing, know everything. Messing my toilets up like this. This is crazy. This don't belong in here.
Yeah, see, they're skipping through, but we watched all of this yesterday. So if you guys, if this kind of doesn't make sense, make sure you check out yesterday's live stream. Really, what I should do is play the one from yesterday, just the beginning part, and then get into this one. Matter of fact, let me do that, and I won't offer any commentary. I'll just play it, and then we'll go from there. I just want to make sure that there's some kind of continuity, because it looks like this is the version I'm playing now is off of King Kong Consciousness. And it looks like they've edited stuff. So let me play this real quick. I won't comment. I'll just play it. Here we go.
Taking the shit in the toilet. Not cleaning up. King Kong. Off the hook. I got to clean, brothers and sisters. I got to clean. The greatest amongst you shall be your servant. The greatest amongst you shall be your servant.
Yeah, no gloves yet. He's going to get some in a moment.
The greatest amongst you.
Really quick, notice he doesn't flush the toilets. By the way, someone had mentioned that there's sensors on these toilets. The sensors aren't working. Clearly, they would have gone off after you get in front of them. You see, these toilets have sensors on it, so it could be simply that the toilets themselves, there's no water connected anymore, or that the water pressure is so low. Because even if you get your water cut off, you still have water pressure. You can get some water out. That may be what the issue is here.
I'm gonna let this sit for a minute, then I'm gonna come back and clean. That's how we gonna do that. Contractor shitting in the toilet, not flushing, not cleaning, splashing.
Hey, Scott.
Yes, sir.
Is this the stuff you was talking about that's for the tape?
Nah, I'll show it to you in a minute. Let me finish this.
I saw it sitting on the bench, so I know.
Nah, you could try it. You could try it. I bought it for that, but that might not be it. The damn bathrooms up. King Kong got to clean up the toilets now. King Kong got to clean up the toilets.
Okay, so I do hear it flush there. So the toilet did flush.
Gonna put all this in here. We got to do what we got to do.
So it appears that there is water that's on. It did flush. The works.
That ain't the one. What is it here?
Yeah, he doesn't know how to clean. You don't need that much. And you should flush them before you start. Just wasting.
Flushed anyway.
Yeah,
So
we
that
have a
means
sensor. That one's flushed as well. So there's water that's on.
Yeah.
And that makes it more perplexing because if the water is on, why didn't he flush these prior to doing all of this? Why didn't he flush them before he cleaned? Why didn't he flush it a week ago, 2 weeks ago, what have you?
You Negroes are so weak-backed. Y'all complain over everything, cry over everything. Somebody got tissue in the toilet, didn't even flush it. Contractors, brothers and sisters, these are brand new toilets. Brand new toilets, and this is what they do. Brand new toilets, and this is what they do. Off the hook. Off the hook. What the fuck? That don't even belong in the toilet. That don't even belong in the toilet. I gotta put my gloves on. That don't even belong in the toilet.
Okay, I'm not gonna comment because I already commented.
This is insane. Brand new toilets. That don't even belong in the toilet. This is insane. They know everything. The social media know it all. They know everything. Built nothing, know everything. The social media know it alls. Built nothing, know everything. Oh, God, here.
He's struggling.
Mess my toilets up like this. This is crazy. This is crazy. This don't belong in here. Letting stuff fall all in my toilets.
Yeah, it seems like he has some issues with his sinuses. It probably smells really bad. Down there by his feet, that's the tile that goes up in the ceiling, and that looks like it's falling down. So there may be some issue going on in that bathroom as well. Could be a water leak in the roof that causes that sometime. So it takes place over time, so it doesn't happen automatically or right away.
This is insane.
Yeah, it's just gross.
Absolutely insane.
Okay, all right. Now, why would you scrub on the interior first with all of the feces, get it into the scrubber, and then scrub on the top of the toilet there? It just doesn't make any sense. You guys understand what I'm saying? Yeah, trigger warning, big time. That's not how you clean. And someone had mentioned, and it's true, that you should clean from the outside in. That's not what Umar is doing. He's cleaning from the inside out while there's still fecal matter inside of the toilet. Makes no sense. He should flush first and clean up the outside exterior first, and then work his way towards the interior. So it's just ridiculous all the way across the board.
This don't belong in here. Letting stuff fall all in my toilets.
My toilets.
This is insane. Absolutely insane.
That's diabolical. This is y'all's principle. I'm not going to talk too much today, okay? I talked too much yesterday. My youngest children, they know how to clean toilets and have for a long time.
I forgot to get the bleach.
This is gross.
I'm going to have to do a couple rounds of this. Somebody let paint get in the toilet. My paint team let the paint fall in the toilet. Look at that. Let the paint fall in the toilet and didn't even get it out.
Oh, man, it's so gross.
Look at that. They let the paint fall in the toilet and didn't even clean the paint out the toilet. Brand new toilet.
This is, then
Man.
And he's walking around with the thing in his hand, y'all.
My goodness. Let paint fall in the toilet and didn't even clean it out. That is insane.
He put it back in there and just left the thing in there, and the handle's in there too. What in the world? Did you see that? The what is it? The scrubber brush thingy? Oh no! What is he doing? Oh my God! What in the? Oh, this is so. What in the world are we watching? What in the world? I accidentally skipped ahead, y'all. I apologize. Hold on one second.
This don't belong in here.
I'm sorry. Where am I at in this thing? Oh, goodness.
Somebody.
I'm sorry, y'all. Let me skip through.
My glove.
Here we go. But you see how he puts this brush back into the toilet, leaves it there, and the handle's in there too, and then he just grabs the handle. You see this? Oh, this is so gross. It's like cross-contamination. What's the point of wearing gloves if you're going to put the thing that you're holding that you're holding with the gloves? You put the thing that you're going to be holding with the gloves back inside the toilet. This guy, he's something else.
Insane. Lift.
And then he uses the same scrubber, and it still has dookie on it. You see how it's brown? And he uses that to scrub the toilet seat. Someone make that make sense. Oh man, and he's scrubbing the whole toilet. Oh my God. Then he opens it up with the same gloves on. It has fecal matter on the toilet seat, and then he lifts it with the gloves, cross-contamination, and starts scrubbing more. Yeah. While he's holding the phone too, by the way. Yeah. Man, this guy. I don't get it. Why doesn't he understand? Oh, Umar, man, this is all-time low right here.
That's a damn shame.
So it flushed. I mean, the water's on. Why didn't he flush this before? I don't get it. See, that's what I'm saying. What he should have done is flushed in the first place so that he can get most, if not, most of the fecal matter down the drain, right? And then therefore you're not scrubbing it back into other places. It's removed out of the equation, and you can clean it. You should clean from the outside in, right? You can start on the sides of the exterior of the toilet, and you work your way up, and everything is designed to go back in to the actual toilet. And then you work into the toilet too, but you should be flushing throughout this process so that you're continuously getting the fecal matter and whatever else, purged. But he doesn't do that. He starts with the fecal matter, and he basically breaks it up, and he's scrubbing it inside, and then it gets all into the brush that he's using. And he takes that and he starts scrubbing, and the fecal matter's in there. You can see it as he's going around the rest of the toilet, including the toilet seat. This is you Umar Johnson fathers who believe in this school scam. Why would you want to send your child to someone like this? He's filthy. There's all types of codes associated with this type of behavior too, by the way. You can't do this at no school. You should have commercial cleaning supplies too. It should be done professionally, by the way. There are people who do that professionally, and they know what they're doing. Obviously, Umar, he doesn't know what he's doing. It looks like he got some dollar store products. That's not how it works. And then on top of that, he's just contaminating the bathrooms more and more, because he's basically taking the fecal matter that should have been flushed, and he's just spreading it out further and further.
I need a rag. But before I do that, the paint team let the paint fall in the toilet and didn't even wipe it out.
All right. Why is the plunger sitting on top of the sink? Anyone see that? Hit the one. Even if it's brand new, you don't do that.
I need a rag.
He's touching the doors. He's opened the door again.
But before I do that,
He don't know what he's doing. Look at that. That's a ceiling tile. Oh, man.
the paint team let the paint fall in the toilet and didn't even wipe it out.
Stop complaining.
Lord,
He always
have
complain
mercy.
about something. Let's see what he do next. Yeah, he's just walking back and forth. He has no clue.
We don't need a plumber. The plumbing is fine. We just got to clean. Here we go with the know-it-all.
Look at this.
Know everything, built nothing.
This is the paint center right here. This is the FDMG paint center right here. you know how you go to Lowe's or you go to what you call it? They got them at Walmart too. But if you go to what you call it, they have a section. This is the paint section right here. Home Depot. That's what this is.
Plumbing already been repaired and everything else. Ain't nothing wrong with the plumbing.
Yeah, this is crazy, y'all.
I need me. I know we had a scrubber.
Someone said Homeless Depot. Sherwin-Williams. Yeah, here we go.
Or a rag. Here we go. Some bleach and some bathroom cleaner. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, yes.
Why don't you have all that in the bathroom?
Oh, yes.
We got about 200 people in the building. Make sure you hit that like button. Our goal is to get to 500. There's a poll question. Who shizzled in the FDMG toilet? 72% said Umar Johnson, 2% said the contractors, 21% said the homies that came through, and 5% said other. All right, if you're enjoying the show, make sure you hit that like button. Appreciate it. Let's go.
gonna show you what we're talking about.
Later. Let me do this. Okay. Turn that on.
I should also mention this is not how to do things. Since he's going back over, you should have a plan. This is a waste of time. In a lot of the fecal matter, he's contaminated the toilet in various places outside of the actual section where the water is located. So spraying on top of that makes no sense because you're basically spraying the fecal matter again, and he's going to scrub it again too. Yeah, this is I don't get it.
All right.
So now he's going to go look for a rag. Yeah, let me mute this because of the music playing in the back, right? But you see how he doesn't know what he's doing. It reminds me when he was shopping for cleaning supplies back in the day. He was just kind of scrambling around, looking lost. That's the same thing here. He has no plan. I've been saying it for many years. Umar has no organization skills whatsoever, because even organizing how you're going to approach cleaning these toilets, that should be something that he should do prior to even starting. So it looks like he's sitting down doing it. Boy, this guy, he's something else.
Black queens forever.
Oh, I'm so sorry to all the sisters up in here. I apologize. Trigger warning.
Snow bunnies never.
So he's gonna. I ain't mad at y'all. I'm just okay. I'm not mad at y'all. All right, just good question. I love y'all. I really do. Okay. XOXO. I'm not mad at y'all. This is some of the nastiest shit I've ever done seen. Real talk. Remember in the beginning, there's fecal matter inside of the toilets that's been sitting there for who knows how long. Could be months. Umar goes in, he gets a brush, scrubber brush, and he starts scrubbing in there, and he doesn't flush first. So he's scrubbing in to the brush and back into the toilet. He's just mixing it all in, all of the fecal matter. Then he takes that, and while the fecal matter is still on top of the brush, he starts scrubbing around the rim on the top. And then he goes on around the back and on the back, et cetera, et cetera. But then he comes back. The toilet auto flushes because it has a sensor on it. There's still fecal matter all over the place. He comes back and he takes a red rag, and he dips it in the same water that has the fecal matter. And then starts scrubbing inside of the toilet that still has fecal matter in it. This is what this whole FDMG school scam, this is what it's been reduced to. A bunch of shit.
Snow bunnies never.
Oh my goodness, it's so gross. And then he starts using that same rag to wipe off the top of the toilet that still has fecal matter too on top of the toilet. You see it? Oh my, this is just gross. And then he scrubs it, and he scrubs it into the bottom of the toilet, underside of the toilet seat. There's still fecal matter up on there. And then this is just gross. I'm gonna let it play. I just can't. You see how the water's brown, Umar? Does anyone see how the water's brown? Cookie Crush Chat, hit the one. Why would you take a cleaning rag and dip it into doo-doo juice? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry about that, y'all. I didn't do that. Dookie juice. Why would you put the rag in the dookie juice? Don't put the rag in the dookie juice. Oh man, I'm trying to laugh because this is gross. It's so gross. I don't mean to laugh. I'm sorry. I've been covering Umar for such a long time. Sometimes I be getting tired of it. But this shit right here, this Dookie Gate, that's what this is. You know what I'm saying? This is Dookie Gate. All right, let's get back going here. This is so gross.
Anyway, brothers and sisters, we got to get back to Pan Africa.
Why would you, I'm sorry, what was the logic here? Why would you use the same rag that you just cleaned and you put it back into the nasty toilet to rinse it off? And then take the same rag and clean what you just cleaned? It don't make no sense. It's like he's taking the shit, he expands it, and puts it all over, then he puts it back in the toilet to put it back up on the thing, and put it back in the toilet to put it back up on there. All right.
We got to get back to black unity and black
this
solidarity.
Is so gross. There's poop all. I mean,
we got to get back to do for self.
And then he starts. Why is he wiping the side of it?
Gotta get
6 degrees.
Get all this out of here.
Why? Now look at the water. See how it's brown again? That's because of all that dookie juice in that rag. See how
Black
it turns?
queens
See how it turns?
forever.
I mean, he's just spreading more fecal matter all over the place. That's so gross. He is. He really is, Swaggle Nito. And you've been around for a really long time. This is rock bottom right here. I told people. How's it going, Lene? Thanks for tuning on in. My goodness gracious.
Whoever let that paint drop in my toilet bowl and didn't even clean it out, I'm very upset at you. Whoever from the paint day.
We're complaining about stuff. The issue is that you should have flushed these toilets a long time ago.
Whoever from the paint day let that paint drop into these brand new.
See, I'm starting to think that maybe he does have some sort of a hoarding with the poop. Somebody had mentioned that that's an actual thing.
Toilets. And didn't even take it out. Lord have mercy.
Oh, this is so gross. Oh my God. He was trying to get the poop off what you call it with his finger.
We need to see if we can get some lids on these toilets too.
Oh, so gross.
Do we need some lids on the toilets, brothers and sisters, or do industrial toilets not come with toilet lid? What do y'all think? Do we need some toilet lids? I want some lids. I don't want stuff falling in these toilets because ain't nobody going to take it out. Do we need toilet lids, or do industrial toilets don't have lids, brothers and sisters? Do industrial toilets not have lids, brothers and sisters?
I mean,
Paint on the lid again. Just fucking my toilets all up.
Umar, you got a whole lot more issues than that to be worrying about, homeboy. I mean, he's spreading. You see all that back there? That wasn't back there. It's back there now. That's the the boo-boo crumbs up over there from the rag. Then he's wiping everything with it. See, well, I don't get that. Why would you use the same rag that you've already put inside of the toilet with fecal matter to wipe everything else off? Something ain't right with this guy. That water pressure is real low. Maybe the water is off. Here I was going. I don't mean to be petty. Let me go. You see that? It may be off. It actually may be off. And he's still
messing my toilets up.
See how it's brown? You know what I think? I actually think that it's not flushing all the way. I think the water pressure is so low that it's not getting everything out of there. So that's why when he comes back, the water's still brown. You guys notice that? Hit the one. Because you hear it flush. But then when he goes back, he brings the camera back, you see the water, it's not clear. Did y'all catch that? Hit the one if anyone caught that. I just noticed just now. You see what I mean? It's brown right here. It was just brown, and then it flushes. It's auto flush with the sensor. And then when it goes back down, it's not clear. But he did dip the rag back in there, but that would mean the rag would be really, really dirty. But you see how the water's not clear?
Messing my toilets up.
It's just gross. Yeah, that could be it. The plumbing could be really bad. That could be someone that said it could be a plumbing issue. Yeah, that's true. Okay, we're a little over halfway through, so we're going to get through this. It's probably a short. Actually, I'm playing the wrong one. Am I playing the wrong one? Let me see. Oh, no. It's just okay. No, we're about halfway through. So let me do this just to kind of get a break from this. We will get through this whole video today. We're doing great on time too. We got about 1,400 people in the building. Thanks for everyone for tuning on in. The poll question is who shizzled in the FDMG toilet? 71% said Umar Johnson, 3% said the contractors, 20% said the homies that came through, and 5% said other. Okay, make sure you get your vote in during this live stream. Let's see where we're at with the likes. Our goal is to get to 500 likes, and we're at 432. Okay, so let's see if we can run that up. If you're enjoying the show or at any point you're enjoying the show, go on and hit that like button so we get up to our goal of 500. All right. Let me get to some of these super chats just so we can get a break from all of that because it's a lot. All right. Trigger warning. Okay. Rocky the Soul says, Rocky the Saki says, FDMG first Dookie management group. Okay. Yeah. It's a lot of poop going on right about now. It's crazy. Thank you, Rocky the Saki, for the super chat. The CJ has been a member for 11 months, says blind and deaf people can figure out Umar is shady. His supporters have less than 3/5 of a brain at this point. I would say that the ones I talked about this yesterday, that the supporters who've been supporting him for an extended period of time, at this point, there has to be something going on up here. I don't want to disrespect any of you Umar Johnson followers, supporters. I'm more specifically talking about the people the donors for this FDMG school scam, because that's been what I focus on the most over the years. There's other things too, but this has been the main thing that I focus on dealing with Umar. So for those people who are newer, I give them some grace because they haven't figured it out. They don't know quite yet. But people who've been around for some time, at this point, there's got to be something going on up here. It could be something as simple as being in denial. You know, you get in denial of the truth. But everything is out there. The information is out there. There's so many people who are covering Umar, and it's in particular with this FDMG school scam, who have exposed him as a fraud. He's a con man. It really just comes down to that. So at this point, the people who have just come on board, I get it. Okay, we should extend them some grace. People have been on for 2, 3 years, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years, and they're still believing in this. Okay, that's a whole nother thing. Thank you, CJ, for being a member for 11 months. What's up, James? Says Dr. Umar's personal 800 square foot gym apartment. There's more and more people that I noticed that they were making that comment inside of the comment section from yesterday's video. They were saying that basically at this point, Umar, he just lives in there when he can. And I agree. That's what's been going on, because there's no reason why this fecal matter would be sitting in there for such an extended period of time. But the question really becomes, though, you know, I'm just thinking about this, because there's some of these toilets that he went to where there's fecal matter, but there's no toilet paper in there. If they don't flush, there should still be toilet paper in there too, right? It just came to mind. You don't put the toilet paper in there and then flush and then take a shit. That's not how it works. That's not how that works. You take a shit, then you wipe yourself, and you put the toilet paper inside the toilet, right? Well, then why are some of these toilets, there's no toilet paper in their shit inside the toilet? Someone said the smell has to be, yeah, the smell, I'm telling you. And he's sitting down like this in a chair, like, oh, got his face all up in there, holding cell phone at the same time. Yeah, so yeah, I think at this point, he lives in there when he can, and that's where there's all this shit up in there. Thanks, James. James also says that one of the escaped inmates from the Max Penitentiary nearby had a pit stop before the grand escape. Yeah, there is a Supermax prison literally about a mile away from these abandoned buildings. Supermax prison. Why purchase these abandoned buildings? Now, listen, there's other schools in that area, but those schools are secure. Are these schools secure? No, they're not secure. That's why you got all this vandalism stuff that Umar's always complaining about. So, in essence, why would you get these abandoned buildings that are in a dilapidated state? And here we are 6.5 years later, they're still in a dilapidated state, and it's just about a mile away, a little over a mile, 1.2 miles away from a level 5 Supermax prison. In fact, there's a video where Umar is outside and there's this alarm that it can be heard. It's like off in the distance. And Umar's like, what is that alarm? That was someone had escaped. And the alarm went off. This is where y'all want to send your kids? Umar can't even clean toilets properly. Well, anyway, don't have me keep going. Thanks, James. You're absolutely right about that. What's up, KK? KK says, didn't Umar say the same exact thing a few years ago and also blame contractors? Yeah. He's being a degenerate in everyone's face. Yeah, all in everyone's face. Yeah, all of what he's doing in these bathrooms. That's what I'm saying. It's just like rock bottom. He's trying to use this as an example of him getting work done and making progress. But he said the school work, the abandoned buildings the renovations were done back in August. I think it was August of 2023. So here we are now in October of 2025, and clearly renovations are complete. So he lies over and over again. So at this point, how many more paint days can he do to get money out of people? See, I'm gonna tell you what's happened. Could Quartet KK. What's happened is that Umar's tried all types of things to give the illusion of progress, including picking up trash outside. But what he's found, okay, this has to be the case. What he found in looking at the numbers, I'm talking about financially, is that earlier on, back in 2019, 2020, 2021, even in 2022, I would posit that during that time period, he can get away with doing these simple things and people would send him money. But what he's noticed is that when he keeps doing the same things, the money would get less and less. Because at a certain point, people are like, wait, you already did that. It's not that big of a deal at this point, right? So there's only so much money he's going to get in 2025 picking up trash outside. And in 2019, he picks up trash. He's going to get more money than he does in 2025. Does it make sense? Well, the same thing with cleaning the toilets or what have you. There's been times where he's had people in there cleaning and so forth and so on. But at this point, he's ran through all of these other ways of trying to get money, paint days, we're going to do a cleanup day, we're going to pick up trash outside. And at a certain point, he's noticed that just from a numbers perspective, that it's not functional, because people at a certain point, they realize, wait, you already did this last year, you did this 2 months ago, you did this 3 months ago, et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to keep sending you money to do the same thing. And there's no real progress. It doesn't make any sense. So at this point, Umar, his back is up against the wall. I explained this yesterday, and the only thing that he can come up with a couple of days ago was to wash some shitty toilets, thinking he's gonna get all kind of money coming through. Most people who are watch that live and who are watching these videos now that are circulating, when they see this, they're not going to be inclined to donate, because ultimately it's backfiring. I mean, he's working backwards. Because what they're seeing is someone who clearly does not know how to clean toilets, and is in point of fact cross-contaminating and spreading fecal matter all over the place. Now, If you're an Umar Johnson supporter, why would it make sense to send money to someone who's engaged in that activity? Let me ask you in the quick question chat, for those of you who are not Umar Johnson supporters, would you send some money to someone who's engaged in this type of behavior? And I'm not even talking about this Umar, just someone, I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know who would do some shit like this, but would you send money to him? Because cleaning up this shit and spreading shit all over the place and somehow moving this project forward, so you're going to be, okay, let me go send him some money? I wouldn't do it. So it backfires ultimately with Umar, but that's because his back is so far up against the wall, and this is the only thing he can come up with at this point. Yeah, and in the process, it's degeneracy. I don't like using that term, but that's really what it is. If you're cleaning toilets, allegedly cleaning toilets, and this is what you're doing, all right. Thanks, KK. Black Wolf gifted a membership. Thank you so much, Black Wolf. Whoever received that membership, make sure you thank Black Wolf. Very kind of you. Appreciate you. Lewis Lex says, I thought he was pouring Listerine in the toilet at first. He's mixing chemicals. One of them toilets might blow up from the chemical reaction. So there's a lot of issues here too, Lewis. We talked about this yesterday. So you have the fecal matter that's been sitting in there. I mean, it could have been months at this point, because one of the videos you can see how there's dried poop. The water had gone down, not because it was flushed, because there's poop still up in there, but because I keep forgetting this word, I said it yesterday, but because any sitting water at evaporation, so the water evaporated down, and so you can still see fecal matter up towards the top that's dried out. This is just ridiculous. Okay, there's clearly has to be a horrible smell, because it's not just one. All these different toilets, and in the other bathroom, these toilets too. So, and then on top of that, there's no ventilation, there's no HVAC, there's no windows that he's opening, clearly. There's no fans that are blowing. And then on top of that, you have all these different chemicals that he's mixing. Thanks, Lewis Suck, for the soup chat. Marcus DeWoo says, I only just started catching your lives. I had not seen a one for a bit, and tonight's was a surprise. However, I came in I came in on that Dookie toilet. I will never forgive you for that. Yeah. So the thing is that you're never going to forget that, though. Okay. I will tell you, though, Marcus, that this right here, what we're watching, this is extraordinary. Okay. I know it's poop and fecal matter, but it's extraordinary. I have not seen this level. I don't want to use the word, but degeneracy. I haven't seen this from Umar, and I've seen a lot of stuff that Umar has done. I can pull up video clip after video clip of all kind of stuff. I can give all types of examples of Umar just living foul. I can show you the video where he flips his phone and he's living in filth and he's in his mama closet, all that stuff. But this right here, no, I ain't never seen nothing like this. And we're just a little bit of halfway through the video. And there's a second video too that's shorter. We're gonna get into that one too. I haven't seen this. So Marcus, just be clear on I don't want you to think that this is how these shows normally go. We don't normally get into this kind of stuff, right? But this is the most recent video that Umar uploaded, and so that's why we're covering. Okay, and I apologize. Okay, thank you for the super chat. Black Wolf gifted another membership. Thank you, Black Wolf. Whoever received that, make sure you thank Black Wolf. Let me do a couple more of these, and then we'll get back to the video. I was eating Lenon. Thanks, bro. Yeah, I apologize. That's why I said trigger warning in the beginning. Okay, this is not for the squeamish, and if you got to look away, go and look away. I'm trying my best not to pause stuff too much, and yesterday I ran my mouth and not to rewind stuff as much as yesterday. Okay, thanks, Lewis. What's up, Iceman FM? So I just want to know if his followers are impressed by this. No, they're not, because in the video you can see the comment section. Am I even playing? Yeah, this is the video that I'm playing. You can see the comment section from Instagram, but if you guys go over to King Kong Conscious and look at the comments, people are going in on them. Now, I've told people this back in the day, and some of you guys may remember this who've been around for a while. The King Kong Conscious page, that was the hub for Umar Johnson followers. Y'all remember that? I mean, it was mainly positive, 95% positive to Umar. Even when he's up here acting stupid, they were still 95% positive. 95%, they would clown me, talk crap, all this kind of stuff. Clown the quick rush chat sometimes too. You go over there these days and go look at the comment section. A lot of those people now, when they saw in this video, not just this video, but just there's been a whole conversion of this year because of everything that's taken place. It's been a very tough year for Umar. But it's his own doing. You go over there now and you should see a lot of the people that used to be talking all that mess back in the day and they were all supportive of Umar, they going in on him. They're not impressed by this. They're disgusted by it. Some people are shocked. You know, there's people who are saying things like, I can't believe that this is not a good look. I've supported you for so long and blah, 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 but they can't do it anymore. And I get it. It's an all-time low, in my opinion. Thanks, Iceman Van. What's up? Ike says, wasn't he just talking about people complaining? Yeah, but if you listen, all Umar does is complain. He wants to blame everyone else, including the people who paint it for free. By the way, when was that last paint day, Umar? So you didn't notice that after all this time until a couple of days ago? None of this makes sense, too. None of this makes sense. If the water works and the toilet's flush, why didn't he flush these a week ago or 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago or a month ago? I don't know. Thanks, Ike. Black Wolf says, all that shit in the toilets with no toilet paper, huh? Umar taking doo-doo and just getting right up afterwards. Like hey, look, I just took me a doo-doo. Doo-doo brown. No. There's some toilet paper in some of these stalls, okay? I didn't see it in all of them, but there's some toilet paper in some of these stalls. But the thing is that there are some, I saw the toilet where there was no toilet paper in there, but there's feces in there. What's going on? Anyway, well, I can't wait till we get done with this Dookie Gate. It's an all-time low. Thanks, Black Wolf. He inhaling microscopic poop and mold particles. No, wait, Rocky. No, it's true, though. And he's splashing it. I don't mean to keep saying that, but that was the part that got me. Then he starts doing like this, and you see all the things, and all that. I mean, it's splashing all over. Then he's picking up. Anyway, it's just gross. It's all right. I hope next week we don't got to get into nothing like this. Let me do one more. Iceman Vamp says, I'm not watching. I'm just listening to him clean the toilets. In the toilets. I'm disgusted. It is disgusting, but we're going to get through it. We're going to get through it together, okay? Everyone hold hands, okay? All right? Oh, amazing grace, how sweet the sound this saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Y'all holding hands? All right. See, we're going to get to it. We're going to get to it. All right. Chai Guy says he works like someone that hasn't done a day of hard work. I've talked about this in the past. I said this. He's just messing as my grandmother. He's just messing, as my grandmother would say. You're right. No, Umar doesn't know how to clean. I don't get that either. I really don't. I don't get it because he's 51, but he does not know how to clean. He doesn't know how to keep things organized. He don't know how to clean. In fact, he made things worse. So let me just explain something to y'all real quick, that when it comes to this issue of fecal matter, urine, that kind of stuff, okay, it's like a cesspool. You let it sit too, because it's all microorganisms and all this kind of fumes and all this stuff. So extreme contamination. So the idea is that when you clean a toilet, you want to decontaminate it. I think that's what it's called. But as you go through that process of decontamination, you're cleaning it, but there's another term for it too, sanitizing it, right? That you don't cross-contaminate. So in other words, let's say if these glasses had toxic substance on them, and I'm using my left hand, and I want to clean these, and while I'm cleaning it, I touch with my right hand, and then I take that, and then I eat a sandwich. You know what I'm saying? So if you guys look at what Umar's done, he's basically he's not sanitized. None of this has been sanitized yet. He's cross-contaminating. What he's doing is he's taking the fecal matter and he's just spreading it around. See, now you may not be able to see it as clearly, the fecal matter, but I'm not talking about what you can see. I'm talking about just microorganisms and you know, all kind of stuff. There's all kind of stuff that's involved in all this. And he's just contaminating each toilet as he goes through. That's a serious problem. All types of health violations right there. And see the reason why, because he don't know what he's doing. He's just messing. Thanks, Shy Guy. Let me do two more. Scott Johnson says, Lenon, how many shit institutions have you built for Black boys? Now, I'll tell you, I have not built any shit institutions. All right, I haven't. I don't plan on building any shit institutions either. And if people gave me a couple $1 million, a couple $1 million bucks, you know, I wouldn't build a shit institution. I sure wouldn't. That's what FDMG's been reduced to, Scott. It's a shit institution. Frederick Douglass Marx Garvey Shit Institution Academy. FDMG Fecal Dookie. I can't think of one for him. I don't know. Thanks, Scott, for the super chat. That's a new one, Shit Institution. Then one more real quick, and then we'll get to the other ones a little bit later on. Truck Talk says, can you add Sister Avanti to the poll? No, don't. We're not going to put Sister Avanti into this. Let me say this, though, Truck Talk. I really wish that Sister Avanti would reach out to me and I can have a sit-down interview with her for 15 minutes to talk about that incident with Umar and how she felt about that at the time and how she feels about it in 2025. That would be awesome. So Sister Avanti, if you happen to see this video, not only are you welcome on the show, but the Cookie Crush chat, boy, I'm telling you, they're gonna give you so much love and support. Because what Umar did, that was just straight dirty. Next time, make it 20. Thanks, Truck Talk. The poll question is, who shitted on the FDMG toilets? Who shitted in the FDMG toilets? 72% said Umar Johnson, 3% said the contractors, 20% said the homies that came through, and 6% said other. We have over 1,354 votes, and we have over 560 likes. So thank you guys so much. We reached those goals. All right, thank you again. Let's watch a little bit more of these videos, and I'm going to come back. We're going to get to all of the super chats at some point. Okay, we got plenty of more to get into. Let's get back going here. Here we go.
That look much better. We're going to give it a round two. We're going to give it a round two later, brothers and sisters.
Yeah, see, the toilets, the water pressure is too low to get all of the, see, this is a problem. The water could be off because there's always still enough pressure to run water for a little while. You guys understand what I'm saying? Hit the one. I just want to be clear about this. So your water can get cut off, but if there's still enough water pressure in your pipe work, you can still get water out because that's just water that's sitting in the pipe. This makes sense? Hit the one because I want to make sure everyone understand what I'm saying here. If you notice that when Umar flushes, the water just kind of goes down just a little bit, and then it just kind of comes up just a little bit more, but it stays there. It doesn't flush completely. So even when he's flushing these toilets, it's not as if all the water, all the fecal matter is being purged, and there's still fecal matter in other places too, but I'm talking about the ones that's in the water, all of it's being purged. So he's dipping this rag back into the same water that he wrung out the fecal matter into. It's just nuts. Okay, I see all the ones in here, so you guys understand. I hope I'm explaining it the right way. Let me just replay that because you guys can see clearly this time.
We're going to give it a round two later, brothers and sisters.
See that? It never flushes. It never goes all the way to the bottom and purges all of that water in there. And then after it comes up, it doesn't come up too much higher than where it's at right now.
We're going to give it a round two.
Yeah, see, it could be that the water's off.
We're going to give it a round two.
And he just keeps dipping it in there. Okay, listen, anyone, you younger people, this is not how you clean, and this is definitely not how you clean toilets. See, it never goes all the way down. Then it slowly fills back up. Now you see that right there? You see that little droplets of dookie matter going back down there? All he's doing is spreading he's just cross-contamination. Just gross. Then he just wipes it back again.
Where my beautiful
Well, I think-
African queens at? Where are my beautiful African queens at? Much better, much better, much better. We getting there, much better. I should have been flushing these toilets more often too.
So you knew about this shit. If you didn't know, then you would know. You wouldn't have thought that, okay, I should have been flushing these. No, you knew that because you don't want shitting in there. I don't even get it. I'm starting to think that it's this hoarding thing, because yesterday someone said that there are people who hoard and they won't even flush the shit. They'll just leave it in the toilet because it's part of their hoarder thing. And what did Umar said? I should have been flushing these toilets. Well, what you mean you should have been? You nasty motherfucker. That's nasty. I should have. What you mean should have? Ain't no shoulda. You 51 years old. What you mean I should have been flushing the toilet? You nasty mother. All right.
Where my beautiful African queens at? Where are my beautiful African queens at? Much better, much better, much better. We getting there, much better. I should have been flushing these toilets more often too. I gotta put one of them blue things up in there.
One of them blue things.
Okay, we getting there, we getting there, we getting there.
See, it doesn't fully flush. What is going on here? It's a water pressure issue.
We getting there.
Is he done? Let me see. How long did it take this guy to do this one toilet? Oh, it's just so gross. It took him about, hold on a second. It took him about maybe, well, it's not even clean, so I guess I can't even say that. It took him about 10 minutes, I guess.
Where my beautiful African queens at? Where are my beautiful African queens at? Much better, much better, much better. We getting there, much better. I should have been flushing these toilets more often too.
Boy, that's damning right there. You should have been.
I gotta put one of them blue things up in there. Okay, we getting there, we getting there, we getting there.
You need to do is stop being nasty.
We getting there. I had to clean my toilets up. Ain't nobody gonna do it for me but me. I sprayed the handle. That's a big deal to you, ain't it? That's a real big deal. I could tell you don't do shit for the community. Only an idiot to make a big deal out of that.
There he goes. He's just so mean-spirited.
Complete jackass. Complete jackass.
Look at this guy with a little foot sticking out. Who aren't here like a ballerina and shit. A toilet ballerina. he brought that chair in. He brought the chair over and he said, "Oh yeah, I'm about to do some ballet for you." He put a little foot out. Oh man, this is wild. Look at the sidewall. There's shit all missing on the side. Some white film over there. All right, shit ballerina. Let's go. Ballerina boo-boo.
Oh, he sprayed the handle. Whoop-de-doo. Whoop-de-doo. That's a big deal, ain't it?
Funny boy. Oh,
Whoop-de-fucking-do.
man, he's really upset. Jimmy, what's up, Jimmy Jamboree? Jimmy Jamboree says Swan Lake Toon Day. Oh man, this is too funny. Let me get out this chat room. Cause we're doing good on time today.
Black Queens forever.
Flush first, Umar.
Snow bunnies never.
This is gross. Here we go, spreading it around again.
They got paint on my toilet.
There you go, complaining.
They couldn't even make sure they didn't put paint on the toilets. Brand new toilets.
So gross.
Wow. I'm just now realizing this. Y'all got paint on the brand new toilets.
See, that was not flushing all the way either. And he's just spreading the fecal matter all around. See, I'm going to assume that that's the same scrubbing brush that he used in the other toilet. That's filthy. You don't do that. Like, remember I was talking about cross-contamination?
Didn't even wipe the paint off.
He always whining about something.
Ain't nothing wrong with me washing toilets. There you go, making a big deal out of nothing again. Dr. Umar washing toilets. That's national news, huh? That's national news. I'm cleaning toilets in the school I'm building. That's a big deal.
Okay, yeah, but Umar, you're not cleaning it. I mean, that's the real big news because it shows you're inept. You don't know what you're doing. You're filthy.
It. Goofy ass Negroes. Oh, he's washing toilets. He shouldn't be washing toilets. That's a problem. He's washing toilets. Oh my God. Dr. Umar shouldn't be washing toilets. We have to do something. What's wrong with me washing toilets?
Umar funny. Umar straight comedy. We washing toilets. We have to do something. We got to do something. Umar, he's funny. You got to admit, good question. He's funny, though. Umar, he's hilarious. Let me hear that again.
The school I'm building, that's a big deal, ain't it? Goofy ass Negroes. Oh, he's washing toilets. He shouldn't be washing toilets. That's a problem. He's washing toilets. Oh my God.
He said that's a problem. That's a problem. I'm sorry, that's hilarious.
Umar shouldn't be washing toilets. We have to do something.
What are they gonna do? This is funny. We have to do something. That's my favorite part.
What's wrong with me washing toilets? Didn't Black Jesus say the greatest amongst you shall be your servant? Didn't Black Jesus say the greatest amongst you shall be your servant? Where my Christian Africans at?
Here you go.
Where my Pan African Christian at? Didn't Jesus say the greatest amongst you? And they complaining. Anything just to have something to talk about.
He's doing the same thing with that same nasty rag. Gross.
On Sunday, I clean toilets for our children. On Sunday, I clean.
You know, I'm big on timelines. If on Sundays you clean toilets for the children, why was all that shit in there that's been in there for weeks, if not months? Months. See how he lie? If you clean toilets on Sundays, and what about all the Sundays where you're traveling in different places? Umar. But I know one thing, is if you clean toilets once a week, you're not going to have shit in the toilets and dried up shit all over the place and all over. That's not going to happen. Nasty one. What's up, Bridget?
The toilets in the future school for our children.
And
on Sunday, You worship white Christ.
Here he
Who
goes.
should be talked about? Me or you?
Here he goes.
Not all my Christians worship white Christ, though. I'm just being sarcastic. Some of my Christian family recognize that Christ was an African. See, they got paint on the toilet. One of my paint day people got paint on the toilet. Brand new toilets. They got paint on the toilet, didn't even wipe it off. Same thing in the other toilet.
The paint day was months ago, though.
I don't mind cleaning.
So gross. Just gross.
I have no problem cleaning, brothers and sisters. Somebody dropped paint on the lid. My goodness, what is wrong with you? What is wrong with us? Look at this. Look at this. More paint on. Look at this. You put paint on brand new toilets. Paint on brand new toilets. Didn't even wipe it off. Look at this. Somebody must have been a hater on the paint day team. Somebody must have been a hater on the paint day team.
And he only could get 379 people in his live stream. Struggle streaming.
He said it's not clean at all.
It's not.
Yeah, I could tell you ain't got no life.
Okay, that one flushed a little better, but the water pressure is really low.
Everything got to get cleaned several times. This is just the first one. I know y'all make a big deal out of it. Y'all can't help yourself. Post-traumatic slavery disease. Do what you got to do.
See, look at the comment section right there. Queen Swatson said, but not using the water from inside of the toilet to clean the outside. Yeah, it's just gross.
Do what you got to do.
Yeah, that water pressure is real low.
I'll do the Clorox on the second round, my sister. This is the first round. Let's just get some of this done right now. This is the first round. That's all. This is the first round.
You're spreading germs all over the place.
Why am I cleaning the toilet? I'm not even going to answer no dumbass question like that. I'm not even.
Yeah, he's using the same rack. He didn't go exchange the racks. He just came right over to the next toilet, and he just starts doing the same thing. Just gross.
going to answer no dumbass question like that. Why is he cleaning the toilet? That's the dumbest question I heard all day. I swear I need to start giving out special ed evaluations again. I need to start giving out free special ed evaluations. I don't need a scouring pad.
Elliot said it's a doo-doo tsunami.
Know what I'm doing.
Y'all crazy.
Mess my damn bathroom up. Okay.
See, he just takes the same stuff.
What else I got over here?
Stealing towel on the ground. Oh my God. Unacceptable. He's going to sit his face right there. Okay, I got one more video, which is the second half. Well, it's not even half. It's like 8 more minutes. So we're going to have a shorter show today. Let me get to the rest of these, or at least most of the rest of these super chats real quick. Gabe said that school looks like a music video set of a emo trap rap trap house. We've called it that. People have called it a trap bando, like a, because it is abandoned, but people have called it a trap. I tend to call it a trap bando. These are abandoned buildings, and it's filthy in there. I'm sure the smell is horrible. Not one black child has been educated. It's not even close to being ready to be inspected, let alone passing inspection. But Umar, he's been saying this for years that he's so close. He's not even close, nowhere near being close. He doesn't even know how to clean bathrooms properly, clean toilets properly. You know how many health violations were inside of that one video that we just watched? So it'd be interesting if I could find someone who's like in a health department for, like, let's say the city, and just have them watch that video and just point out all the different health violations. It'd be many, okay, not one or two or three. It'd be many of them. Yeah, the buildings are dilapidated state, and Umar tries to pass them off as if they're schools. A school is a place of learning. Have we seen any child being taught there in 6.5 years? No. Why? Because they're some trap houses, based some bandos. Halloween's coming up. He could actually use this, out of a haunted house. He can make a little money off of that. Thanks, Gabe, for the super chat. A secure the back production says, how many degrees do you need to know the basics of cleaning toilets properly? Yeah, it's amazing to me. He claims to have 6 degrees. He has 5. At most, he has 5. But he says he has 6, and he's the most requested scholar. But he doesn't know how to do basic things like clean the toilet. But, if you guys remember, Lene said that. She said that the basic things that a normal person should know how to do at his age, he doesn't know how to do. I actually think that part of it is a lack of home training. But I also think that when he was in a military academy from 9th through 12th grade, that he had to do those things. But then once he got into college, there was no one there to keep him on that track, and he lacked discipline. And so he just falls out of that routine, and he just returned back to his old ways and been filthy ever since. That's what I think. That's what I think. And for whatever reason, Umar's, I don't think his mind works to where he can see what needs to take place. Point A, point B, point C, point D, point E, F, G, all the way to Z. My mind works that way. Like, okay, this is this. We're going to get this. We're going to do this. And we're going to do this. We're going to do this. In fact, I even write stuff down to where I'm like, okay, this is what I'm going to do first. I'm going to do second. Well, that's how my mind works. His mind doesn't work that way. And it's not a bad thing per se. But if you're going to be talking about how you're going to be opening up a school, you have to start with point A, point B, point C. You have to have a plan. You got to be able to go from point A to point Z, and everything, how you plan things out, should be in accordance with how much money you have, should be in accordance with what needs to take place step by step so that you can minimize on wasting time, wasting resources. Him even purchasing all these products is a waste of resources. So I think in Umar's, the way his mind works, he doesn't know how to go from point A to point Z level, or even from point A to point D. He just can't do it. That's a problem in and of itself. All right. Thank you for the super chat. Hey, how's it going? Sal says, I told Fat Pat and Big Bone Brenda to leave those turds in that toilet. Now, I think Umar's been using those toilets. That's what I think. I think he's been using those toilets. It's kind of concerning for different reasons, but one of the main reasons, Sal, is because there was a toilet that had feces in there, but there was no toilet paper in there. And I'm trying to figure out, well, perhaps maybe he used it in that toilet, but then there was no toilet paper in there, so he got up and went to the other toilet, other stall to get toilet paper and just wipe himself there. That could be possible too. I'm trying to give Umar the benefit of the doubt, but still, why would you leave that poop in there? See, here's the thing: we cannot say at this point that there is no water. There is water. The water pressure is low. It could have gotten turned off, and there's just a little bit more water pressure in there to at least kind of flush. That could be that could be the case. That would be the worst case scenario for Umar. But if the water is turned on again, why didn't he flush these toilets a week ago, 2 weeks ago, a month ago? Anyone, that to me, I don't get that. So Fat Pat, Big Bone Brenda, they had nothing to do with it. Okay, that's Umar. Thank you, Sal. Chelsea says, I wouldn't donate to this. Yeah, I wouldn't either. I wouldn't. I've donated to Q Butter. I plan on doing so again. I wouldn't donate to any of this because it's foolishness. It's just unbecoming, and it just shows that Umar, he does not know what he's doing. If he doesn't know how to clean toilets at a bare minimum, why would y'all think that somebody's going to be able to run a whole school? It just doesn't compute. Doesn't compute. Thank you, Chelsea. JD says Umar had too much Arby's. People kept saying Taco Bell yesterday, a Taco Bell attack. All right. I don't even think I ever had Arby's. Even when I used to eat meat, I don't think I ever had that. No, I don't think I have. Yeah. Thanks, JD. User225 says FDMG trap baños. Okay, that's a good one. FDMG trap baños. All right. Thank you, User225. Hope you're doing all right. Rosetta Brooks says, imagine him taking a shower. I don't even want to go there. Who knows how filthy the shower is, too? Can you imagine? Anyway, let's move on. Thank you, Rosetta, for the super chat. Ike says he'll wipe his sweat off with the same rag. I hope not. It's just filthy. That's not how you do things. You don't clean with one rag and you clean feces and you take that same rag and go clean something else. You don't do that. In some cases, you would just simply throw that rag away. Real talk. I mean, you could wash it, but but not Umar. He ain't even using the right rag, too, by the way. I don't mean to be petty, but he ain't even using the right type of rag. Those are like shop rags for like that mechanics use. I know. I used to work on cars. I know. Those aren't cleaning rags for a bathroom. Did anyone notice that? Hit the one. He don't know what he's doing. Thanks, Ike. Secure the Bag Production says Umar is the king of jack of all trades, master of nothing, talking about building, yet he has not built anything himself except the pipe dream. Yeah, even when Umar says he's building, he hasn't actually built anything. Renovating and building, that's two separate things. The buildings were there prior to Umar purchasing those abandoned buildings. They were there for 4 years vacant prior to Umar purchasing those abandoned buildings. The buildings were renovated back in the day. Let me see if I can pull up my timeline here. They were renovated way back in the day. So they were, and prior to that, they were already built, if that makes sense. So when Umar says he's building a school, he's actually not, it's not that he's building anything. Let me see if this comes up. But he says that to make it seem as if he's doing something extraordinary. And then because he's building, that's why it's taking so long for this project to be completed. No, he's not, he hasn't built anything. He's not building anything. What Umar has done is, at least he's in the quote unquote process of renovating, which is different from building. Okay, but there's very little renovation that have actually taken place. I got to find this on my new computer. I can't remember where I put this at, but it may populate. And if it does, I'll pull it up for everyone. And what I'm referring to is the timeline with the J. Moyer Academy. Those buildings were renovated way before Umar acquired them. Here it is right here. Oh wait, no, that's not it. Anyway, I'll see if I can find it. I can pull it up and give you guys the exact dates for all of that. But Umar, he says that he's building, but that just makes it seem as if he's doing something extraordinary. What he's doing is slowly but surely renovating, but not with a plan. And he's nowhere close to being complete, even though the renovation being complete, even though he said it would complete in 2023. Okay, so none of it makes sense. And it is a pipe dream. It's Umar's dream. I can't even say that it's a vision, because with vision, there should be some sense of a plan to make it materialize. When you have a dream, you don't necessarily have a plan, an idea. You may not necessarily have a plan, but a vision means something that you see something into the future wherein you know how to get there, at least partially, but Umar doesn't even know how to start clearly. So this is Umar's dream. His followers, what you guys are his donors, what you guys are donating to is Umar's dream, nothing more. It's nothing real or tangible. You're donating to his dream. It's not your dream. And that dream has not produced anything of consequence for Black people whatsoever. And it's definitely not for any Black children, Black boys, as he says. So if you guys think about it, if you're sending this guy money for nothing, that dream therefore becomes a nightmare. And that's what this has turned into. Sometimes I feel bad for donors, but people, we live and we learn. Okay, hopefully people will figure it out. Thanks, Secure the Bag Production. And it's true, Umar, he's not a master of anything. I think that's part of the problem. And he doesn't know how to focus on one thing for any extended period of time to develop a level of mastery of it to where he's efficient, and then it can be productive. And then as a consequence, it can be profitable. So listen, not to be arrogant, but I'm good at what I do here on YouTube. And I only really talk about Umar. I can expand content. I've been wanting to do that for a very long time. I get a whole lot more views, a whole lot more subscribers that way. But the point is that I've developed a skill set. And not too many people can get online and do a live stream and have an awesome chat room and do it for 2, 3, 4, sometimes 5 hours. and people enjoy, and then people come back and watch, you know, who weren't able to join in the live, they comment and so forth and so on. A lot of people, they just come back just to see the chat room. Okay, that's a skill set. That's a skill set that I've been able to build up over time, but it's because I focused on it long enough. And I went from point A to point B to point C to point D, implementing different things over time to get it to where it's at today, with plenty of room to grow. Okay, stay humble. With Umar, he doesn't know how to focus on anything for an extended period of time, so therefore he has not mastered one thing. And as a consequence, he can't be productive enough to make it profitable. See? I'm gonna tell you one other thing dealing with Umar, that if he ever decided to give up this school scam and apologize to the people and gave whatever money back that he could and sell the buildings and give whatever money back he could still develop himself as a content creator, and not even so much as a content creator, but yeah, a content creator, but more specifically as a social media influencer, and he would be able to make back. And he wouldn't have to worry about scrambling to scam. He wouldn't even have to do that. He would do very well as a social media influencer and just monetize. And I know how he could do it. I could tell him, I could teach him step A, B, C, D, step for him specifically, A, B, C, D, D, all the Z. And he could make a wonderful living for himself. Wouldn't have to be out here doing what he's doing. But it's a choice. It's a choice. He's decided to live like this, and if we want to deal with this dark stuff, okay, well, that's where he finds himself, in darkness. See, when you're cleaning shitty toilets, you're in darkness. And when you're cleaning shitty toilets and you're not even cleaning them properly, and you're cross-contaminating everything with shit, okay, that's darkness. You're just spreading this shit around, literally. Okay. Thanks to Secure the Bag Productions. What's up, Binky? I ain't seen you in a while. Says hi, Lenon the gang. I ain't seen you in a while. I hope you're doing all right. Thank you for being a member for 14 months. Okay, let me do two more here. YouTube says saying black queens forever while smearing poop. Yeah, I know, it's diabolical. Diabolical. I feel bad for the women, because women don't like seeing all that stuff. I mean, I'm not a queasy person. I can see it, but some of this stuff is just over the top. You know, Umar. It's nasty. Thank you, user 225. KK says maybe he likes playing and now I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know, because I think is that Umar, he uses these toilets, but he doesn't flush. I don't know exactly why he doesn't flush, so he blames the contractors. I don't get that. That's the one thing I'm perplexed by that, because there's water, there's enough water in there, at least in terms of water pressure, to flush. So why hasn't he done that? I don't get that. That's mind-boggling to me. If someone ever figures that out, please let me know. Thanks, KK. And then Miranda says, diabolical, have to laugh, not to not get sick. Yeah, I know. I try to, infuse a comedy in a little bit and joke a little bit, because it's actually quite disturbing. Let me just say this, and then we get to the video, that let's say if none of us in the quick question, if you guys didn't know who Umar Johnson was, and you just happen to be scrolling, let's say on TikTok, and you happen to run it, or Instagram, or even YouTube for that matter, and all of a sudden this video pops up, what would you think? What would be your initial impressions? And then what would you think about the person who's doing this? Okay, you don't know who he is. You don't know it's Umar, any of that stuff. You don't even know who Umar is. And you saw something like this. It's diabolical. It's actually, it's concerning, because it makes me wonder where Umar's at mentally for him to live stream this in the first place. But then to go through this whole process wherein clearly he doesn't know what he's doing. It's just, it's nasty. Yeah, someone said it's dark stuff. It really is. It really is. Thank you, Miranda. Wonderful says filming the inside of a toilet goes to show how full of sugar honey iced tea is. You got, so how full of sugar honey iced tea he is. Okay. No, it is. It's bizarre. And again, he's holding his phone while he's doing it. He's holding his phone with one hand and he's doing everything else with the other hand. It's just diabolical and filthy. Okay. All right. Thank you, wonderful, for the super chat. I'm going to come back and get to the rest of these. Let's go ahead and start with the second video, because I want to finish up with this, because I don't want to have to come back to any of this. My plan tomorrow is to cover the Umar Johnson interview that was on. I can't remember what the podcast is, but everyone, the people have been sending me clips of it. I want to I don't want to watch the whole thing. I mean, we could, but I just want to watch the part where he's talking about FDMG. Okay, so that'll be the plan for tomorrow. Thank you, wonderful, for the super chat. I appreciate it. And then Lewis Suck says Umar and Shaq must have had a contest to see who could drop the biggest bricks in them toilets. If Shaq lost, he would have had to donate to FDMG. Yeah, Yeah, the shit fest. All right, let me move on. Okay, thank you, Louis Luck. Okay, so let's get to the second video here, and I believe that is this one. If not, I'll correct it. Give me a second. Yeah, I think this is the second one right here. And again, thanks again, Louis Luck.
This sink. So we got 2 sinks in the men's bathroom of the teacher's lounge.
Okay, so now he's in the men's bathroom.
This ain't too bad. They messed up the toilets, but they didn't mess up the sinks.
Yeah, it's too much water. It's gonna leave a residue. Anyway, yeah, he don't know how to clean. Yeah, there's no reason to have that much water on the rag. You guys see how it's you can see it building up on the actual surface. It don't make no sense. Yeah, he really doesn't know how to clean. He doesn't.
Put a little Clorox.
You tripping.
Why am I cleaning on live? Stupid ass question.
There's got to be a word for that. Where he's so mean, but there's a word. We got to come up with the word. It's just, but it's crazy because he lifts up the bottle, he pours the Clorox bleach down, then he puts the bottle on top of the Clorox. He puts the bottle on top of the bleach.
Why am I cleaning on live? Stupid ass question. I ain't gonna even answer your dumb, goofy ass.
Yeah, he's so upset, but it's because he has to clean. He don't have to, but he has to clean to get money. He's scraping at the bottom of the barrel.
No life, Instagram loving, social media, the only thing to look forward to. Broke down, buck breaking, post traumatic slavery disease, buster ass.
What in the world? Let's keep going.
Why he cleaning?
Here
Why
you go.
he cleaning on live? How about why you watching my damn live? That's the question. Not why am I cleaning? Why you watching? Dust bucket?
He called him a dust bucket. Why does Umar act like this? He has such a bad attitude. Anyone have a clue? There has to be a word for a person who acts like this. Yeah, I don't think he's cleaning on live. Again, let me just say, I don't think that these are the same rags he used to clean the toilet. So I want to be clear about that.
Why are you watching me clean on live? That's
yeah, he is. He's bitter. Yeah, that's a good word. He's so bitter. Yeah, Afro. Yeah, a psychopath.
Thank you. They hate somebody for doing something productive. Why is he cleaning? That's stupid. Obviously, it need to be clean.
Yeah, broke. So Creole. Just bitter and broke. So sports back on the mad crapper. Yeah, no, it's true, Kadar. This is the real Umar. Man, he ain't done nothing. It's the same. All of this is the same. It's amazing. I wasn't watching. I was looking at the chat room. I got blown off.
Thank you. They hate somebody for doing something productive. Why is he cleaning? That's stupid. Obviously, it need to be clean.
Damn, look how filthy this is. He threw that rag. He's so mad. Ceiling tiles. See, these are the ceiling tiles. I think the person that contacted me, they saw people bringing these ceiling tiles into the buildings in bags. That's what we see this kind of laid out in different places. See that? Yeah. You see the white film on the top of that table? The table is turned upside down. Okay, there's a lot of health issues going on in this building. You see the white film hit the one? You see it? Just kind of sprayed out all the way across. Yeah, why would you paint a building lime green? It's like chroma key green. Why would you paint the walls in a classroom? Man, look how filthy this shit is. Look at this shit. Look at this.
Where baby Smurf at?
Umar, don't do that. Don't do that.
I text baby Smurf. Let me find out Mama Smurf is blocking.
Man, this guy he has so shameful.
Let me find out Mama Smurf is blocking. Did I shower today? Whether I showered or not, why is that of importance to you?
Okay, that means no.
It's coming together, family. They tried to sell our school
Here he
before
goes.
last.
Month before last?
They tried to sell our school, but we still here, family. Who riding with Dr. Umar till the wheels fall off? Where my real
All with one hand.
ride or dies at? Where my real ride or dies at? That's what I'm talking about. Where my day one supporters at till the wheels come off?
Umar, that's not supposed to be used for the. Let me stop. Let me just let it go.
Oops. Wrong thing on.
Yeah, goofy ass. See what happened when your social media bomb? You up here prostituting yourself on Instagram, homeboy. Real talk, because you're trying to get money. And you running your mouth, going in on your same people that's watching your 300, at that point, 360 people, your struggle streaming bomb. But because you're going back and talking all this mess, you up here spraying the wrong stuff on the thing. Let me stop. Y'all think he gonna open up a school?
On the window. I sprayed the wrong thing on the window.
Okay, that's not a window, Umar. It's a mirror.
I sprayed the wrong thing on the window. But let's see how it works out. Let's see. Looks good to me. Smells good to me. We got rid of that smell too, brothers and sisters.
Oh my God.
Window, mirror, what difference does it make? He said, what's wrong with y'all people?
See, Umar, you watching this right now. I know the live was from a couple of days ago, the one that, but you're watching this right now, and you got a time machine, and you went back and you said, okay, look at that, let it talk and chat. You know, I love me some sci-fi, right? Let's play a little more of this, and we're gonna get some super chats. Here we go.
If we so perfect, what institution are you building?
Here you go.
Mr. Perfect Instagrammers?
He's so mean. He got 321 people watching.
This is my last bathroom. I'm going to do the women's bathroom tomorrow. I'm going to save the best for last. Where my queens at? Ladies, I'm saving y'all bathroom for tomorrow. Where my queens at? I'm not going to rush the ladies' bathroom. I'm going to clean it tomorrow. Where my ladies at? Where are my beautiful African sisters
Yeah, he don't even know how to clean these mirrors. That's not how you clean mirrors.
at? I'm going to clean your bathroom tomorrow. We did the boys' bathroom. We did the girls' bathroom. We did the men's bathroom. Now we got to do the women's bathroom. And then we got to go to the gym and do the girls' bathroom in the gym and the boys' bathroom in the gym. Black queens forever. Snow bunnies never. Butter almond, butter pecan, sweet brown sugar, cinnamon, nutmeg, agave.
Yeah, this is sad, man. He going out, y'all.
Dark honey, light honey, medium brown honey, golden honey, African vanilla, chocolate and fudge. Ain't nothing like a sister. You beta male bunny hopping simps. Ain't nothing like a sister. You beta male bunny hopping simps.
Black Mo forever. You don't know how to clean.
Here we go.
What's up,
yes,
Gamer
look
King?
at that. Look at that.
Butter pecan.
We did that indigo blue. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, brothers and sisters.
It's true, though, Rumble.
Yes, it's coming together. Haters can't stop this. The haters can't stop this. I'm going to clean the women's bathroom tomorrow. Am I getting aroused from cleaning the mirror? You's a sick. That's probably a male too. We need some tests.
What in the world? Okay, can we take a quick break? Let me do some super chats real quick. We have 673 likes. Let's see if we can run that up to 700 before we get up out of here. We're actually doing good on time. I want to try to see if we can get this done within the 2-hour mark. Okay, shorter show. But let me get to the rest of these super chats right quick, and then we'll get back to finish up with that video. Let's see. James says, I just got here, and the first word I heard is shit. Yeah, it's been a couple of shitty shows, sir. Yesterday and today. Tomorrow we're going to be watching the interview that Umar did. At least the section where he talks about FDMG. We'll watch that, and I'll give you guys my commentary on that. It'll be a shorter show as well. Salute, James. Thank you so much for the super chat. Can't eat any of my good chocolate snacks tonight. Yeah, it's going to be a little difficult to do that today, probably for the next couple of days for everyone. Again, I just wanted to again let people know that at the beginning of this live stream, I did issue a trigger warning because Umar, if you came in a little bit later, he was cleaning toilets and it had feces all in there. It's just gross. It's totally gross. Okay, I apologize on behalf of Umar's filth. Thanks, Miranda, for the super chat. Lewis says, Lenon, don't show that again. I'm really nauseous. Yeah. Okay, I'm trying not to rewind stuff. I'm trying to let the stuff play and limit my commentary. Okay, thanks, Lewis. Contractors says, cleaning a toilet is a job that's inherently demeaning. So humanizing it in his mind shows his donors he's serious, hoping for new donations. Yeah, that was his plan. He has to give, and I've been saying this for many years, the illusion of progress. But there's a couple of problems with Umar in these two videos. Number one, he doesn't know what he's doing. Number two, he actually makes things worse. And I'm talking about I'm not saying necessarily the visuals. I'm talking about the cross-contamination where you can't see how feces and particles, all this stuff, microorganisms, what have you, that he's spreading around these different toilets. People, you may not be able to see it with your eyes, but it is there. And it makes no difference whether you can see it or not visually. It's there. So, clearly, he doesn't know what he's doing. He's actually cross-contaminating and making the situation worse. And so when people see that, and anyone who knows how to clean, including his donors, if they've ever cleaned anything, they're going to be able to say, wait a minute, he doesn't know what he's doing. Why would I send money to this guy? You see? So I think for Umar, he probably thought that this would be a good way to try to get money out of people. He's always trying to find ways to get money out of people. It just doesn't work in this case. And in other cases too, but in particular in this case, because of what he's actually doing or attempting to do, and in point of fact, what he's doing, it's just gross. No one wants to see that. No one wants to see that. He's supposed to be opening up a school for black boys. This is black excellence. No one wants to see this. This guy's received millions of dollars, literally millions of dollars at this point. Why doesn't he have these buildings professionally cleaned? Y'all don't think he should have a janitor by now after 6.5 years who comes through? But really, then we go all the way back out to some of the early questions in this whole poop gate. Who's using these toilets in the first place? Why is there poop sitting in there in the first place? It makes no sense. So this will say, that he has followers who they're not going to see any of that. They're going to miss the point. And they probably may send him some money, but I would propose that most of his followers and his donors who have a measure of intellect, and I'm not saying this to be disrespectful, a measure of intellect and some critical thinking skills when they see this, they're going to say, wait a minute, I'm not going to send him money for this. In fact, I'm sure that he has fathers who's, you know, excused upon, they're talking shit about him for doing this. You got to go over to King Kong Conscience. Look at the comment section. See? Yeah. He was hoping for new donations. He probably got a few, but he's not getting the type of donations that he used to. Furthermore, I would propose that it causes people to recoil. Let me just say one other thing too on this, because it's clear to me that Umar has never lived with a woman. Y'all like, well, what does that got to do with anything? No. He hasn't lived with the woman. Women don't want to see shit sitting in the toilet for no reason. Men don't either, but women, hit the one. So the point that I'm getting at is that if Umar had the privilege of living with a woman, he would have been able to straighten a lot of this out just by being around her and her letting, listen, you can't be taking shits and leaving the shit in the toilet. You nasty motherfucker. That's real talk. He should have known that anyway. You know, when little kids be real little, you know, Tyler, and they finally get on the toilet, they'll shit, they don't wipe or nothing. They just go play. Then hold on, wait a minute. That's Umar. But see, if he lived with a woman, they're not going to tolerate that. He shouldn't be that way anyway, but they're not going to tolerate that. So the point that I'm getting at is that I want people to think about this. Why would you think that Umar is going to open up a school where he doesn't even have the presence of mind to flush his own shit down the toilet, let alone clean up after himself? Now you see? Thank you, Contractors. The women teach you a lot of things as men that we just don't think about. But most of us, by the time we come of age, we at least we know how to flush the toilet. This guy. Thanks, Contractors. And I'm not saying that it's the women's responsibility to teach us these things. I'm just saying that there's things that we don't necessarily think about. A woman on the other hand be like, no, let me just explain that to you, and then explain it to you. Anyway, thanks, Contractors. User 225 says, how would Breakfast Club or Father David defend this? They wouldn't be able to. They wouldn't be able to. Father David would, well, listen, Father David would try to find a way. I think if he went on the Breakfast Club, they probably wouldn't even bring it up. But Father David, if it was brought up, he'll find something. You know, the haters, they're talking about you, even though you're trying to clean the bathrooms, but they have all this. He's not cleaning the bathrooms. What he's doing is he's trying to get donations, like Contractors was saying, but he's also cross-contaminating. He's just spreading feces particles all over the place. This is nasty. Thanks, User 225. Lewis Suck says, I mixed a bunch of cleaning products as a kid just to see what would happen. It started bubbling and smoke rose out of it. Yeah, that can happen. Yeah, there's chemical reactions that can take place. And you got to be careful what you mix. In most cases, you're not supposed to be mixing anything. You're not supposed to mix anything. If you're going to use something, you use it for a particular reason, and then you that's it. You don't mix it with anything else. You want to use something else after that, then you use that, but you don't mix it on. They were doing that. Y'all remember this? Lewis, like, you remember this when they were cleaning the gym floor, the small gym? They were mixing bleach and fabuloso, no ventilation except for a door way on the other side that was open. Umar ain't well, I tell you, it's just crazy. And this is the person he's your principal. You want to have, you gonna teach your kids? Thanks, Louis Slut. Laurie says, I can't with the dollar store products. He's just getting around the cleaning. He's just getting around to cleaning the toilets after getting the water service restored. What's up, LenonHonor? That was up. I'll be doing that to my kids. They think I'm weird when I'll be going. They'll be like, all right, Dad. Yeah, I learned that recently. I'm trying to get more educated on these types of things. Yeah, it looked like it was dollar store products. I wouldn't be surprised by that. But more importantly, Umar should recognize that he needs industrial strength cleaning products, and he needs to know what to do, how to do it, and when to do it. Clearly, he doesn't know. He doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know how to clean. He's just getting any products that he can find. Yeah, Windex, I get it, because that's the standard. But in terms of cleaning toilets and stuff like that, and then the proper way of cleaning toilets, no, that's not it. What he was doing there, that's not it. It's just gross. I mean, the fact that he took the rag that he had cleaned feces with, he take it and he dips it back into the toilet, and then just continues to, and then he takes it out, wrings it out, and then starts wiping other areas. Anyway, thanks, Laurie, for super chat. Warren says Umar is at a loss. Umar is as lost as a ball in high grass when it comes to cleaning. Those claims of his mom's house being nasty are definitely true. It's disgusting. Yeah, it's true. Lene talked about that. But remember, we can go back to even his apartment when he flipped his phone back in 2019. He was living in filth back then, hoarder type of filth. So what's amazing is, Warren, it's almost as if Umar is trying to pretend as if he's cleanly. Why do this? Why do this video? Outside of trying to get money out of people, why do it? It is no self-awareness whatsoever. It's horrible. The optics of it is horrible. Clearly, he doesn't know how to clean. It's like he's trying to pretend as if he knows what he's doing. I mean, he's delusional. And he just looks like I don't mean to say it that way, he looks like an idiot. He looks like a dummy. That's what we used to say back then. He looked like a straight dummy. See, even if you want to live stream, at least before you do so, flush the toilet so that the shit ain't showing all on the screen. And then, I don't know. I wouldn't do it. But if you want to get a tripod, get a cell phone holder so that you can use two hands. I don't know. No, it is. It's just he's disgusting all the way across the board. Thank you, Warren. Swagonito says Umar just spent over $200,000 covering settlements and such. He couldn't get that professionally cleaned. Hello. $68,000 to Mary Ann Lorient. He paid 30-something thousand for what was that? The bills for the city. That's $100,000 right there. And then what about lawyer fees for all of that? See, all of it's but he couldn't take. Wouldn't even need 10 grand, but he'd take $5 grand and get someone to professionally come up there and clean. Even if they came up there, let's say every 6 months, he could have done that. It goes to show you that in terms, he hasn't been being responsible with the money that he has and the money that he's received. And he has to reduce himself to cleaning shitty toilets because the money done ran out, and he has to get more money so that he can continue to do what he does. That's what all this is. That's really what all this is. Really what all this is. And I told y'all yesterday, he wasted $172,931.86 on taxes from 2019 and 2020. That's property taxes and school taxes. $172,931. Just because he didn't have tax exempt status because he didn't have his paperwork in order. Well, okay, y'all think about it. Just have your paperwork in order, and you would have been sitting on an extra $172,931.86, and then you can have someone come up there and clean for you, and you won't have to reduce yourself. It's like a minstrel show. Really, real talk. Umar, he's to reduce himself to a minstrel show. A shit cleaning minstrel show. That's some sad shit right there. Thank you, Swagonito. Louis Lux says he does do. He has. He doesn't do. He has. All right, y'all wow. Y'all wow. Okay, thanks, Louis Lux. Alhamdulillah says, I think the toilets represent what he has done to his reputation in his future. Yeah, the symbolism is clear to me. We talked about this yesterday. It is symbolic for him to reduce himself to this. I think it's symbolic of the school, the what I call the FDMG school scam. In other words, it's a shit show. Everything is contaminated, with it's just like darkness. All this is darkness. When you go and when he initially shows the toilets and how stuff looks, there's an energy associated with that. So when he's saying things or when he's engaged in this type of behavior, it's really symbolic of Umar's inability to materialize what his dream is. In point of fact, what he's been doing is materializing more and more toxicity. That's the word. It's because all this is toxic. There's no ventilation. There's fecal matter that's been sitting there for weeks, if not months. The smell, that's toxic. You guys understand what I'm saying? The chemicals that he's using. He's not wearing a mask. He's cross-contaminated. He's dipping the rag into the actual toilet water that already still has fecal matter in it. You guys see what I'm saying? It's really symbolic of what all this represents, but it's also symbolic of who Umar is. Just toxic. That's the word I was thinking about earlier. Umar, he's a very toxic individual. There's no joy in him. He's just toxic. And so when he goes back at people, because Lene said this, that he has a really bad mouth, like how he be going. He don't talk to men like that either. He wouldn't do that. Like if he was on a basketball court, he wouldn't talk that shit. I guarantee you, because he ain't got no street in him. He don't have it, but he'll do it online and he'll do it to women, but he ain't gonna do it to no real man. I'm telling you all right now, I can tell. But he's an extremely toxic individual. And that's why everything that happens in his life, he has to blame other people. He doesn't realize that these things that are happening in his life, it's because of his own toxicity. Yeah, that's what it is. And that toxicity is, it's an aspect of, it has become his reputation. And also it's part of his future, unless he changes. Again, I don't think he would change. I would like for him to change. I said that the other day, I would like for him, but I don't think he will. Okay, we can dream, but the reality of the situation is that Umar, he's so stuck in his ways and he's such a toxic individual. He doesn't even realize it. Thank you, Alhamdulillah. One Shot Gaming says, charming, extra strong Ifatunde, palm olive Ifatunde, fabuloso lavender scent Ifatunde. All right, the different things. Yeah, palm olive, Charmin, and fabuloso. I think Charmin, real talk, I think it's a scam. I really do. My family, they get the Charmin, they put it because is that Charmin? No, that ain't Charmin. I'm thinking of the things they put in a dryer to get the static out. I think it's a scam. And then they're always sitting around like on the ground because they take their clothes out, they fall out, and they don't pick them up. So I'm always picking them up over and over again. Anyway, I'm going off. All right, thanks, One Shot Gaming, for the super chat. And thanks everyone else for the super chats. User 225 says, amazing grace, how sweet the smell. All right. Horses stables are cleaner. Yeah, those toilets are filthy. The stalls are filthy. If you guys look on the sides of them, that's filthy too. There's a lot that I can think of spaces that are more cleanly than those bathrooms. Furthermore, I think that what Umar, he doesn't realize that even though visually you can't see the fecal matter, it doesn't mean that the particles are not even the particles, but you guys don't understand what I'm saying, that it's still not there. All of that is still there. It's just you can't see it visually. And that's a problem in and of itself with the cross-contamination. Thanks, Elliot, for the super chat. The CJ says everything in that building from the toilets to the gym floor has the same bumpity bumps that he does. Okay, well, I don't want to go there, but if Umar did a tour on the inside tomorrow of the small school and the small gym, and even the larger, he don't even go over that off. He only been over there one time over the last 5 years, and I want to say about 5 years and 9 months, and that's when he showed the vandalism, which was old vandalism. Okay, he ain't mentioned none of that since that time. Anyway. If he did a tour of this tomorrow and he just walked through everything, we'll be able to see that how everything is just out of control, discombobulated, disorganized, toxic. That's the key word. By the way, even the toxicity that relates to that gym, the small gym, and it relates to the black mold that was growing in there. The toxicity is also on the exterior of the building. We recently did a video on that, wherein there's mold down the walls on the exterior. Okay, that's the part of the toxicity too. Okay, the list goes on and on and on. All right, thanks, CJ. Ike says, whoa, calm down, Jamal. Don't pull out the 9. What are you talking about? What in the world? Thanks, Ike, for the super chat. Let me do one more, and then we get back to and finish up the video. Then we'll come back and do the last few. So Human is Isomer says he is getting shit flakes everywhere. Yeah, that's the thing. He's spreading it around. It's not like because like I said before, someone had mentioned this. The idea, and it's true, you start on the outside. You should be a janitor. You start on the outside, and then you work your way up, and then everything else should flow back into the toilet. But what Umar does is he goes into the toilet, and he goes from the inside out, and there's feces in there. So what he's doing is he's taking the feces and he's spreading it out over the top, along the sides, and then he goes back towards the back, and then the sensor, he wipes the pipe work all down. So he's taking everything that's on the inside, including the fecal matter, and then he's spreading it all the way out, and then he thinks that it's clean. Okay. All right. Thank you for the super chat. Let me do these other. Let me do 5 more real quick because they're real quick. Iceman Van says this is really the Lenon horror show. It is. This is something. I haven't seen anything like this in all my years of covering Umar, and there's been all kinds of stuff that's been over the top. But this right here, I think it takes the cake. All right. Thanks, Iceman Van. YouTube 5 says, "Now, Umar, don't put your poopiness on black queens." All right, thank you. JD says he's mad he got to do chores. Yeah, I think that's part of it, is that he actually has to do this work, but and he doesn't even know what he's doing. But the other thing, JD, is he knows that the people who are watching, that he knows, because he's looking at the comments. Remember, he's holding the phone, right? So he may be doing like this, and they're going in on him. That's why he's so upset, and he starts going back at people. I think that's part of the issue too. That's why it's kind of backfires. He thought it was a good thing. It's not a good thing. It's a bad look all the way across the board. Thanks, JD. Mr. Thundercloud says, "But Umar, you neither the greatest or serving anyway." Yeah, Umar, in his mind, he says those things, but that's not an accurate representation of reality. And one of the things that I've learned over the years is that at some point, everything catches up with you. Everything catches up with you. With Umar, where he, at this point, he's reduced himself to a minstrel show. A shit cleaning minstrel show. Okay. If we go back, and I don't know how some of you guys have been around for a long time, but if we go back, let's say 5 years ago, no, let's go back even further. If we go back 7 years ago, if we go back 8, 9, 10 years ago, we wouldn't expect Umar to be in this position. And we wouldn't see him in this position either. Because in his heyday, he used to travel. He was dressed in suits. He would look the part. Right. Then over time, you start to see him degrade. Then he starts wearing dashikis and, them old jeans, fitted caps. And you just start seeing him deteriorate over and over again. And then here we are all these years later, over a decade later, and we're in 2025. And he's reduced himself to a shit cleaning minstrel show. And this is his way to try to get money out of people. OK, and then with all of this, obviously, he's not the greatest, but in his mind, okay, his delusional mind, he says those things because it makes him feel better about his life, but it doesn't correct the situation in his life. And then, who is he serving? How does cleaning these shitty toilets serve the people? It doesn't, because the people ain't shitting in these toilets. Umar's shitting in these toilets. Okay, thank you, Mr. Thundercloud. Usually 225 says, "I like how he assumes that black people laugh at him." No, but it's true. He knows that. He knows that. That's one of the reasons why over the last 2 months, Umar, he's limited his social media presence. You guys notice that? And this is all he can come up with. But then he comes back. He thinks he's going to get money, but it backfires. His own followers, they're going in on him, and then he has to start all over again. See? Thank you, 225. The Nat toilets. No. Let's not do that. Come on. Thanks for the one shot gave me. Hey, Matt, he says, "Donate to King Randall in Georgia." Yeah, I never donated to King Randall. I may. I have donated to Cuba, and I was planning on donating to him again this year. But I've never donated to King Randall. Yeah, I'll think about it. I could do both. Thanks, Maddie. Okay, if you guys don't mind, I'm going to finish up with the video, and then we have like maybe 8 more super chats. And we'll finish up the show. And then tomorrow we'll come back. I want to get through all this today. Tomorrow we'll come back and I want to do, it's a short video, a reaction to Umar. He was interviewed on this podcast and he was given basically an update on FDMG. All right. Thanks, Maddie. I appreciate it. Okay, let's get back to and finish up with this other video. There's probably about 4 more minutes left to it. Here we go.
Testosterone shots. Can we please get some testosterone tablets? Somebody get Robert Kennedy Jr. on the phone. Ain't he in charge of FDA? We need some testosterone tablets. The masculinity in the hood is at an all-time low. The masculinity in the hood is at an all-time low. We need testosterone tablets, family. I can't take it no more. I can't take it no more. We need testosterone tablets. I can't take it no more. We need testosterone tablets. We need testosterone tablets.
Yeah, that toilet flushed better.
Okay.
It may be that in the other bathroom that there's plumbing issues.
Hit this.
What is he doing?
We got rid of that smell too. All the funky smells is out.
Oh man.
Who want to decorate the teacher's lounge?
Here you go. Look at shit all over the place.
Decorate the hall.
He said renovations were complete.
Hallways. How y'all want to decorate the hallways? We want African masks.
Look at everything.
All down the hallways. I'm only talking to my donors. If you haven't donated, I'm not talking to you.
See, here we go. Now we're getting to the donation part. That's what all this is.
Do we want plants down the hallway? Do we want African masks and African plants all down the hallway? How y'all want to decorate?
Who was that? Umar took the camera off of him real quick, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
You been down to the surveillance room yet?
Nah.
What'd he say? What in the world's going on? Told y'all it's the kicking spot. Look.
Down the hallway. How y'all want to decorate? Yes, sir.
You been down to the surveillance room yet?
Yeah, I don't know what he said.
Nah.
Yeah, but Umar, he turned his live off right away. I wish I could hear it better. Let me put on my other earbud. Someone said that he asked to sleep in there. What? Yeah, I thought I heard him say something about a surveillance or something like that. Let me put in my other earbud, see if I can hear a little better.
To my donors, if you haven't donated, I'm not talking to you. Do we want African masks? Do we want plants down the hallway? Do we want African masks and African plants all down the hallway? How y'all want to decorate? Yes, sir.
You been down to the surveillance room yet?
He said, have you been down to the surveillance room yet?
Nah.
What in the world? Yeah, he cut that part off real quick. What's a surveillance room? Let me play one more time.
Do we want African masks? Do we want plants down the hallway? Do we want African masks and African plants all down the hallway? How y'all want to decorate? Yes, sir.
You been down to the surveillance room yet?
Nah.
What is that? Let me look something up right quick. Hold on one second. He sure did cut that off real quick. Surveillance room. Yeah, I don't know what that was about. I have no idea. Yeah, so people were saying that. I don't know. I don't know the lingo. I don't know. It could be. I have no idea. But I know one thing, Umar, he turned that off real quick. He said, let me get off of this shit right now. Yeah. But again, he just has people walking. It's a freak off room. That's what he says. Have you gone down to the surveillance room yet? Where's the surveillance room? I don't know. Said the Diddy room. It is. It is. All this is crazy. Yeah, it could be cold. I don't know. I don't know. Anyone from out there, if you know what that means, let me know. All right. Someone said that's a student. I'm from East Harlem, New York. Corner boy surveillance for the. Oh, okay. All right. So let me get out this chat. No Diddy. Surveillance room. Okay. Now, real quick, let me just pull up this other video because I want to skip through to see if there's anything that we did not cover. Anak-anak. I'm sorry, it's the wrong video. I think it's this one right here.
Letting stuff fall all in my
Yeah, most of this we've already covered. Let me just skip through to see if there's anything in here that we didn't cover because this is the extended version. Yeah, we saw all of this. Maybe we didn't see some of this, but that's okay. I don't feel like we need to go through all of it. Yeah, so yeah, there's parts in here we haven't seen. Yeah, let me go back just a little bit. Oh, because he goes outside. Yeah. All right. If you guys don't mind, I think we saw this part. Let me skip through. Man, this is crazy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we saw this as well. Let me see where we can. Yeah, I remember he cleaned those. I don't remember him with that particular rag. So let's start right there.
chosen one, ancestors. Ancestors, why y'all choose me, ancestors?
Yeah, I don't think we saw this
Y'all
part.
could have got anybody. Y'all chose Ifa Tunde.
Yeah, you guys in the chat room, I don't remember him saying this, so I think this is footage that we haven't seen. This is crazy. I thought we were going to have a short show today. We got 1,600 people in the building. If at any point you've enjoyed the show, make sure you hit that like button. Our goal is 500 likes. We're at 776. Let's see if we can get to 800 before we close out. Let me know. I don't think we covered this in those other videos. Like I said, this is an extended.
Everything got to get cleaned several times. This is just the first one.
Yeah, we saw this part. All right, we'll start right here.
I'm not even going to answer no dumbass question like that. Why is he cleaning the toilet? That's
okay. We got that one.
Garveyite Pan Africanist.
Here we go.
Ancestors, why did you make me a Garveyite Pan Africanist? I didn't ask for this, did I? Why did y'all choose King Kong? Ancestors, why did you choose King Kong for this? Ancestors, why did you
some of that is dollar store products. That's not
choose King Kong? Why me, ancestors?
All over the place.
Why me, ancestors? Look, they got paint in my sink, ancestors. Brand new sinks. They got paint in them.
There you go.
You mean to tell me you painting and you can't wipe the paint out the sink so it don't dry? But my brother said I can use paint remover, so I'm going to use the paint remover. My brother said I could use paint remover, so I'm going to use the paint remover. It's all good. We not going to cry, we multiply. We not going to cry, we multiply. Oh, ancestors, why hast thou forsaken Ifatunde? Why hast thou forsaken Ifatunde?
What is he talking about?
Why was I the chosen one?
Here you go.
Why was I the chosen one, ancestors? Ancestors, why y'all choose me, ancestors? Y'all could have got anybody.
Here you go.
Y'all chose Ifatunde.
Why
did you do that, ancestors? You need to see some bleaching rags, huh? Too bad I don't live to please you, my queen. And I'm sure you ain't donated $1 to this project.
Yeah, he's so mean. Man, this guy. There's got to be a word for a person whose disposition is just so toxic and negative like this.
So we don't care what you need to see.
Struggle streaming. What's up, Edward?
Cool it with all that moaning. I hope that wasn't a man who said that. Please let that be a queen.
There you go. There you go.
Please let that be a queen who said that. Can somebody tell me if that was a queen?
Chosen.
I can't tell. I hope it wasn't a man who said that. Because that is the zestiest thing I heard all year. I hope that wasn't a man who just said that. I'm going to hope and pray. I'm going to...
Look at these Umar Johnson followers. He doing more than sitting on a computer gossiping. Listen, homeboy, if spreading shit crumbs all over the place is what you call work, you got a problem, homeboy. Real talk. Okay? Let's keep going.
I hope and pray that wasn't a man. Somebody please tell me that wasn't a man who said that. Please. I hope that's a sister. I hope that was a sister who said stop all that moaning. Please tell me that was a queen. Please tell me that was an empress. Please tell me that was a goddess. Don't tell me that was a man who just said that, because that is the zestiest thing I heard all year.
Here you go.
That is the zestiest thing. Please tell me that wasn't a woman. Please tell me that wasn't a man. Please. Somebody, please. Please tell me. That's not even a joke.
That's what I'm saying. If you think moaning and cleaning doo-doo is work, you Umar Johnson followers, y'all crazy. You are. Y'all crazy. I don't mean to be this way, but I guarantee you, homeboy, that what I do here on YouTube, how I do it in terms of the entertainment value, I don't mean to be boastful, the joy and the laughter that I receive, but also that the Cookie Crush chat receives, and then also the amount of money that I make here, I guarantee you it's more than what you make. Not that it should matter, but understand that in my mind, this is like a part-time job, and it is work. See, I'm not going to get online and clean shitty toilets as a form of, I don't know, entertainment, some twisted type of entertainment to try to get money out of people. No, I'm not going to do that. So here's the difference. And this is for you Umar Johnson followers. If someone gives Umar, or if people give Umar over the course of the last 11 years, over $2 million, $2.7 million, why would he need to be cleaning shit out of toilets in order to get money out of people? I want people to think about that. See, Umar Johnson followers, it's interesting because if I give you facts, if I play Umar videos and I give you receipts and outline what Umar is doing, why it is that he's doing what he's doing, you guys try to find some reason to absolve him from being held accountable for what he's doing after he's collected over $2 million at this point. Furthermore, real quick, and then we'll get back to it. If you're going to pay me, because that's what you did, if you're going to pay me to talk shit, what does that say about you? And for what? For Umar? Thank you for the super chat. All right, let's get back to it. Here we go.
I can't even laugh at that. I can't even laugh at that. That's insane. This is why we need the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. This is why we need the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Academy, brothers and sisters. This is why. This is why I've been sacrificing the last 10 years of my life to do this. 5 years for the fundraiser.
What? He said he sacrificed. Here we go. He said he sacrificed. What? What does he sacrifice? He's received millions of dollars and has nothing to show for it except a shit cleaning minstrel show. What does Umar sacrifice? No, I want people to really think about that. It's black people who've sacrificed their money, which is time, which is life. What does Umar actually sacrifice? Okay, let me keep going because I want to hear how he breaks this down. Here we go.
I can't even laugh at that. That's insane. This is why we need the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. This is why we need the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Academy, brothers and sisters. This is why. This is why I've been sacrificing the last 10 years of my life to do this. 5 years for the fundraiser, 5 years.
How do you sacrifice for 5 years and this fundraiser is still ongoing? So what is he talking about 5 years? So a fundraiser is a sacrifice? See, that's what I'm saying. Some of you Umar Johnson followers, y'all batshit crazy. A fundraiser is a sacrifice. And understand, Umar's still fundraising. So since 2014, it's been 11 years. That's a sacrifice? That's not a sacrifice. That's take. And he was collecting money going on back 2009. Some people said 2008, 2007. It's fascinating. He's saying sacrifice. Let's go.
Years for the renovations. This is why I've been sacrificing the last 10 years of my life. 5 years for the fundraiser, 5 years.
No, he's still collecting donations. So what is he talking about?
Years for the renovations.
And he's saying 5 years for the renovations. That doesn't make any sense. He's had these buildings for 6. Well, because he didn't officially claim to have started renovations until 2020. So I guess that makes sense. All right, here we go.
Brothers and sisters, that's exactly why. I can't believe he said that. I can't believe he said that. Maybe that's a woman and she just got her brother or son's picture on her profile. Maybe that was a woman and she just got her brother or her son's picture on her profile. Maybe that's a woman and she just got her brother or her nephew or her godson's picture on the profile. Please tell me no man of African descent said that. Please tell me no man of African descent. Please tell me no man of African descent would have said something so zesty. Brothers and sisters, Brothers and sisters, we must do better. Brothers and sisters, we got to do. This is why we building a school. You know what, Mr. Zesty? I'm going to thank you because you have just re-energized me into building the first independent Pan-Africanist institution in American history.
Yeah, this is delusional right here.
Funded by the African diaspora to begin operation in a traditional school building, not a church, not a basement, not a home, not a storefront, but a real school. We're the first to do.
Yeah, a school is a place of learning. Umar hasn't taught anyone. What's he talking about?
You just re-energized me, Mr. Zest. Thank you, Mr. Zesty. Thank you, sir. That right there, that pathetic statement you made has just re-energized the prince. You just re-energized the most requested black scholar in the world. You just re-energized me. I need some tissue to do the mirrors. I need some tissue to do the mirrors. I want to shine up the mirrors, brothers and sisters. I want to shine up the mirrors. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, I could use paper towels for the mirrors. You know what? Do we got any Windex? All right, Kev. Where are my beautiful African queens who like to see a hardworking brother? Where are my beautiful African queens who like to see a hardworking
Yeah, you see how he has stuff all over the place?
brother? Can I get a home-cooked meal from the queendom?
Here he go. Trash. Here we go.
Can I get a home-cooked meal from the queendom tonight?
That's sniff coming
Where
up.
my Delaware queendom at? Where my Maryland queendom at? Where my Pennsylvania queendom at? Where my... Who I left out? Jersey queendom. You all right? You all right down there, hot? I just went past the vinegar.
Huh?
Get that vinegar.
What in the world?
Ifatunde, do I still got it?
Yeah, he just playing games. This is work. Remember the guy earlier that said the $2? Thank you for super chat. This is your prince. This is your prince. This is your principal. You ain't doing nothing but playing games. 51 years old. You Umar Johnson for y'all a trip. Real talk. You guys are a trip. And I give fair analysis too. I give fair analysis. See, but you guys are in such denial. This guy is walking around cleaning shitty toilets and about to play some basketball with the same shitty ass gloves that he was wearing when he was cleaning them shits in the toilet. You guys are, some of y'all out your mind. Real talk. Look at this guy.
Do Ifatun?
Remember earlier, Cookie Crush chat, we were talking about cross-contamination. Umar put the glove on. He takes the same glove that he uses to clean the toilet with the scrubber. He takes that and then he gets the rag. He dips the rag into the doo-doo juice. He wrings it out in there. He uses that same rag to wash around. All that's on the glove. He keeps the glove on and he's walking around touching on shit. And then he goes and he picks up the basketball with the same shitty ass glove. And now he's playing games in the gym. What kind of man? And you Umar Johnson followers, it's cool you homeboy that sent me that $2. Thank you for the super chat. You need to check yourself.
They still got it. Ifatunde.
Now that ball's contaminated. When it hit that rim, the rim's contaminated. Let's keep going. Trash and filth and shit all over the place. Look at this. I tell you. Now, you know what? I try to give grace to you, Umar Johnson, but I think at this point, I think I have to stop. I have to stop. Look at this. See, he's touching on things with the same glove that got shit on it.
Alcohol, Can I use that for the mirrors, brother?
This guy, he don't know what he's doing.
Here we go. Bingo.
Nasty.
Y'all said brick. Yeah. They said brick nation.
They clowning him.
They said brick.
There he go, holding the camera at the same time.
Ifatunde ain't no brick. Ogun Tade. Oshun. Olokun. Shango. Orunmila. Obatala.
This gym used to be cleared out. He's turned into his own little personal storage.
Gungun. Oya. Eshu. Let's go.
What is going on with the floor right there? What is that?
They said King Kong. Here we go. If I make this, y'all got to give me $1 million a piece, brothers and sisters. If I make this, y'all got to give me $1 million a piece, brothers and sisters. If I make this shot.
A piece?
Oh!
This floor is filthy. You know,
I'm playing.
I think water is still coming up because you can see the residue right there.
Ogungun. Oya. Eshu. Let's go. They said King Kong. Here we go. If I make this, y'all got to give me $1 million a piece, brothers and sisters. If I make this, y'all got to give me $1 million a piece, brothers and sisters. If I make this shot. Oh!
See this right here? That's from water drying up.
I'm playing one-on-ones for $1 million FDMG renovation cash.
Well, this is ridiculous.
Come on, there we go. He did it, baby. Y'all owe me $1 million, baby. Y'all owe me $1 million.
Look at this moldy walkway.
King Kong. King Kong. I'm just trying to get the school ready for the babies. I'm just trying to get the school ready for the babies. That's all. Can I get the school ready for the babies, ladies? Can I get the school ready for the babies, ladies? That's all we trying to do. That's all we trying to do. That's all we trying to do, brothers and sisters. We're just trying to get the school. Can we get the school ready for the babies? Huh? That's all we trying to do. Hit your PayPal. PayPal.me/FDMG Academy. Hit your PayPal. Half of one bathroom down. 5 more bathrooms to go. Half of one. Let's see how we work.
Yeah, this is sad.
Let's see how we work.
Look at that door. It was like that in 2019. It's like that in 2025. And yet, Umar, he's getting work done.
Can I get the school ready for the babies, ladies? That's all we trying to do. That's all we trying to do. That's all we trying to do, brothers and sisters. We're just trying to get the school. Can we get the school ready for the babies?
You look bad.
That's all we trying to do. Hit your PayPal. PayPal.me/FDMG Academy. Hit your PayPal. Half of one bathroom down. 5 more bathrooms to go. Half of one. Let's see how we work.
Look at that door.
Let's see how.
Umar been gnawing at it for 6.5 years. Umar, stop gnawing on that door. After he watched these live streams, he goes in there and he gnaws on it. He goes in there and gnaws on that door.
How we working? Let's see how we working, brothers and sisters. There we go, baby. Come to Papa. There we go.
This is, boy.
Come to Papa. I want to clean this myself, sister. This is therapy.
Again, he's wiping using the same glove that he used to clean that toilet. Cross-contamination.
We done been through so much with FDMG. This is therapy, my queen. Can I do some therapy? Can Ifa Tunde just clean in peace? Without y'all? I don't mind cleaning, my sister. I don't mind cleaning. You know what? I might got to get some Windex for the door. Let me see some. Let me see. Let me see. For the stalls. We might got to Windex the stalls. Yep, we going to have to Windex the stalls.
This is crazy.
We going to have to Windex the stalls, brothers and sisters. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Who's ready for the grand opening, brothers and sisters? Oh, yes. I didn't think about that. I got to get some more Windex. So when my beautiful African queens is using a restroom, it smells good, it looks good, it's clean, it's sanitized. Where are my loyal donors at? Will snow bunnies be allowed? I'm going to plead the fifth. Let's shine the stalls up. That's what I'm talking about. Let's shine the stalls up. There we go, brothers. Now we talking, brothers and sisters. Now we talking. That's what we talking. Look at that. Look at that shine, baby. Look at that. That's a yes. I can't wait to see all the queens at grand opening. Y'all all got to give me a hug apiece.
See that? He ain't saying nothing about educating no kids.
I'll be there with Queen Kong. I'll be there with Queen Kong, but y'all going to have to give me a hug apiece. Queen Kong just going to have to understand that I got to thank all my donors, my alpha males, my unapologetically African alpha males who stood with me through all the hate. I want to say thank you, my brothers. I want to say thank you, my brothers. She said that stall is from the 80s. Lord have mercy. The school wasn't open until the 21st century, but the stall from the 80s. See, it's the coonocracy of it all. It's the coonocracy. It's the coonocracy. Oh, yes. Now we playing. Woo! Now we playing. I'm the next Dr. King, the next Malcolm, the next Thomas.
Cleaning shitty toilets. See, like I said, Umar, he could have, and he still could. He could have used social media to get his message out there without trying to, quote unquote, open up a fake funky ass school that doesn't exist. And he could have made a great living doing it. He wouldn't have to be doing all of this, all these shenanigans and the shucking and jiving. This is shucking and jiving shit. And yet people think that he's some sort of a great black leader. He's not. I mean, it's this buffoonery. Not one black boy has been educated. This guy's raised millions of dollars and he's reduced himself to a black conscious janitor with 6 degrees, allegedly. See, this is not the way. And Umar, he could still turn this around. And I'm not talking about, because there's never going to be a school, but he can turn his life around to at least to this degree. give up the school scam, which is the biggest monkey that's on his back. He got other ones too, but get this school scam out the way, and then get in to detox and rehab and get the mental health services that he needs, and over time get himself together, and then develop a social media presence, and he could be making great money. He doesn't have to do all of this. All right, we're going to finish up this video, but let me get into some of these super chats real quick. I'm going to start at the bottom so that I can work my way back up so I can get all caught up here. Miranda says, I'd hope it smells better since he flushed all that ish out. Old Ninja, we gonna put him on the book of the Cookie Crush chat. Well, we got to come up with it. Let's see, the Cookie Crush chat book of what? We got to come up with something. The Cookie Crush chat book of something, because Umar has the book of Negroes. We got to come up with the Cookie Crush chat book of. Okay, we'll figure it out. Yeah, I'm sure that it smelled horrible inside of those stalls, inside that bathroom, and all the way down the halls and all around the corner, you know, because it's not just that bathroom. He has several bathrooms. He has, from what he's saying, there's 4 different bathrooms. So if that's in that building, so if that is the case, it's probably actually more. But from what he's saying, if there's at least 4, that means that this is going to be happening in all 4 of those. It probably smelled horrible all throughout the building. Umar don't care. Someone said no. The book of receipts. Yeah, the Cookie Crush chat book of receipts. Yeah, that's a good one. I like that one. The book of who said no babies? Y'all crazy. Y'all tripping. Okay. Thank you, Miranda, for the super chat. Noodle says, have any prominent African-American empowerment activists publicly condemned his behavior? How many opportunities were lost due to his antics, right? Any prominent African-American empowerment activists publicly condemned? No. At least I haven't seen it. I would think that there are probably those that have, but they haven't done it publicly. I would like to think that. And we're talking about African-American empowerment activists. Yeah, well, there are some in the Black conscious community that have spoken out that would have been considered to be elders. I know I have the video of Dr. Phil Valentine, chastising Umar and Seti. Also, Dr. I forget his name. He sometimes he does stuff with the House of Consciousness with Sa Netter. I can't remember his name, but he had some comments about. Well, I actually played that video maybe about 6 months ago. But in terms of African-American empowerment activists publicly condemning, I haven't really seen that. I'm going to say this. I think that a lot of it has to do, and I'm just going to be real with y'all. A lot of it has to do with cowardice. See, there's no checks and balances like there should be. There should be checks and balances so that when people like Polite come on the scene, or Umar comes on the scene, or Jay Morrison, or et cetera, that they are checked right away. But that is something that is lacking in an extreme way in the Black community, in particular online. In the online space, it's just very much lacking. So there are people who are afraid to tell the truth about Umar, and it's an issue of cowardice. You know, they know that Umar is a fraud. They know that Umar is scamming with this FDMG school scam. They know that Umar he's out here womanizing, but they won't speak on it. Well, why not? If you're going to have him on your platform, why don't you speak on it? See, even if you're going to defend him, why don't you speak on these issues? Well, I think it's just an act of cowardice. So I'm going to tell you guys something. I don't have fear like that. I don't fear no man. Okay, alligators, yeah. Bears, yeah. Crocodiles, yeah. If we was in that type of situation, yeah. But no, I don't fear men. I just don't. So I will tell the truth, and I've gotten all kind of slack from people. You know, people lying on me, lying on my wife, lying on my kids. People sending my wife messages, sending me death threats. The list goes on. You think I give a fuck? Well, I shouldn't say it that way because I do give a fuck. Do you think it's going to stop me from telling the truth? No. I'm tempted to pull up the paperwork right now. I think I've been saying some things I shouldn't have said. Okay, but it is what it is. I'm about to say something right now. I have paperwork on this guy who for years disparaged me, my wife, and my kids. And this motherfucker caught a case with the feds. Has been indicted, was arrested. I can pull up the paperwork and show it to you guys right now. See, the point that I'm getting at is if you're speaking the truth, people ain't going to stop you. And you know it's the right thing, people ain't going to stop you. Even when they lie, right? When they paint false narratives, it's not going to stop you because the truth is the truth. You can prove a truth to be true, but you can't prove a lie to be true. And see, when this happens with this guy, there was a part of me that says, okay, let me go on, but I could have gone on him a long time ago because I have all types of receipts on the guy. But my show is not about that. It's not, going back and forth. I told people this a long time ago. I'm not going to be involved with all that shit because it's irrelevant. A lot of these individuals are relevant. Umar is relevant. But I said, let me not do that. Let me not. Then when this happened, I said, I should do it. Now I said, no, don't do that. Have some grace. Because I can tell. And I'm telling you right now, things are going to get a whole lot worse. But see, the thing is that if you do shady shit online long enough to other people and people that ain't causing nobody no harm, ain't trying to cause nobody no harm, you best believe that if you're willing to do it online, that you're doing it offline too. And that's just going to catch up to you one way or the other. I don't want to say too much more than that, but I got all the paperwork. The point that I'm making is I don't fear any man. And even people who have gone at me for a long time, I really listen. You see, I don't go back. Why? Because at the end of the day, karma's undefeated. And people fuck around and think that somehow they're exempt from karma. No, you're not. I'm not either. See, sometimes I do these shows and I'll say something. I'll say, I shouldn't have said that. And I'll say to myself, yeah, there's going to be some karma with that. Okay, well, live and you learn. See? But then there's times where I do this show and I say to myself, okay, I should have said that. And that was the right thing to say. And it takes courage to say that. But I know and recognize that we have to tell the truth. And because there is an absence online in the Black conscious space of checks and balances, in particular of men who are courageous enough to speak out against people like Umar, someone got to do the shit. So I do the shit and other people do the shit. But it's so interesting to me how, because I've been at this for a long time, many years, how there are so many people who thought that they were invincible, and they tried to find ways to shut people up. But see, when the karma comes and gets them, then what? And I don't got to do shit except tell the truth. So to get back to what you're saying, Noodle, there have been some prominent African-American empowerment activists that have, in particular in the Black conscious space, but overwhelmingly most stay silent. A lot of them don't even know who Umar is and don't care to know who he is. But there are people who know what Umar is doing, but they don't have the level of courage and to come out and speak out. And that's truly unfortunate, because what it does is it enables Umar to continue to do what he's doing. Thankfully, though, these days in 2025, there's a lot more people speaking out against Umar and criticizing Umar, which makes up for the difference. And that's why, in part, why Umar is in the position that he's in right now, because there's so many other people who are speaking out against him and criticizing him. All right. Thanks, Noodle. We'll soup chat. Dominique, and I don't know why my camera did that right there, because it did it yesterday. What's up, Dominique says, Umar said he's the next Malcolm, Martin Luther King, Malcolm. They put it on the line for real, not bitch about a block party and claim sabotage after not paying bills for 4 to 5 years. Yeah, Umar claims in his resignation letter in 2005, he said that he was the modern day Malcolm X. This is all delusional thinking in terms of Umar. It's a narcissism too. He misrepresents himself. He wants to give himself all these accolades and he's done all this stuff, but he really hasn't done anything. What, clean shitty toilets? That's not an accomplishment. And then not cleaning them properly, that's definitely not an accomplishment. But see, because Umar, he'll do stuff, and it's mind control. He'll post a picture, an image, an AI picture of Malcolm, of Martin Luther King, of Frederick Douglass, and then he's in the video, in the picture too. That's the kind of shit he does. And he's been doing this for such a long time. And then he says he's all these great things, but if you guys think about it, he ain't nothing but a bum from Pennsylvania. Literally. Been homeless since 2019. What is Umar doing? What has he achieved, really? Okay. Now, I've given him credit for getting all these degrees. I have, but they're non-functional because he doesn't use them. What has Umar done? I'll wait. And I always do that. I tell you, Umar Johnson, I don't mean to be going on you, Umar Johnson Fathers today, but I always say, you give me 10 things that Umar, tangible things that Umar has done outside of running his mouth. And y'all can't do it. Well, why not? Because he hasn't done at least 10 things that are tangible for black people. Give me 10 outside of running his mouth. Give me 10 things. Give me 5 things. You can't do it. See? So it's not even comparable, but Umar, he's crafted this over many, actually, in point of fact, over decades, this false image of who he is and what he represents. And then on top of that, he's the Black Christ, he's the Messiah, he's Jesus. Thanks, Dominique. What's up, Seth? I ain't seen you in a minute. Hope you're doing all right. Don't get me going. Don't you do it. Don't you get me. No, I'm just playing. There's still tons of Dwight York lovers. Yeah, you're right. Who apparently don't care about his crimes. They still worship him as their master, teacher, and slaver. Savior. You're absolutely right about that. You're absolutely right about that. And the same thing with Umar. See, if and when Umar gets caught up on charges, and he's prosecuted, he's indicted and prosecuted, there are going to be people that are going to be defending him even more. See, but that's the cult dynamic. They want to believe in this guy so much, but they don't know who Umar is. They've bought into the illusion that Umar has represented or represented over and over and over again. It's a form of mind control. And a lot of people who follow Umar, they see him as something, and he's not. He's like a shapeshifter. Real talk. He's a shapeshifter. See? Sauron was a shapeshifter. That's what he did. And in a sense, Palpatine was too, because he'd act like we're doing all this for the galactic, blah, blah, blah. But then, the Senate and all this, but then behind the scenes, he's a Sith Lord. Just conniving. Well, that's Umar. Same thing. Yeah, he has crafted this image. Thankfully, though, Seth, more and more people are seeing Umar for who he is. Him cleaning these shitty ass toilets, you get to see Umar for who he truly is. It's all symbolic too, because ultimately it represents the toxicity that Umar represents. I mean, even if you look at Umar while he's doing this, you can tell he out there. But I told people that this was coming down the line. That's the thing. One of the last things. Then we're gonna get back to the video. We'll get back to the video. I'm gonna get to all the super chats. We'll finish up the video, and then I'll get to the final super chats. One of the biggest lessons I've learned since covering Umar, because there's been so many ups and downs, and I've gone through a lot. My family's gone through a lot too. I have people stalking my children on social media. I mean, just crazy shit. I don't really talk about it, but I just want people to be clear. That's what I'm saying. Encourage. I don't fear any man. I don't. One of the biggest lessons I've learned is that if you're doing wrong, and even if you think you're doing the right thing and you're doing wrong, you may think that somehow there won't be consequences, but ultimately there will be. There's consequences for me doing Umar Johnson videos. There have been many consequences, good and bad, over the years, and I recognize that. See, at this point, what I tell myself is part of it, and I recognize that too. But I want people to understand that Umar, he's not of a right mind to where he recognizes consequences, that by doing whatever it is that he's doing, that there are going to be consequences, good or bad. He's just in the moment and he's in survival mode. And then when the consequences come, in particular the bad consequences, what does he do? He blames everybody else, not realizing and recognizing that it was his actions that led up to this outcome in the first place. A huge and important lesson in all this for everybody. Okay? All right, thanks, Seth. Good to see you too. Hope you're doing all right. All right, let's finish up, or at least get close to finish up this video. Then I'll finish up with the final super test. We still got about 1,570 people in the building. 873 likes. The poll question is who shizzled in the FDMG toilet? 71% said Umar Johnson, 3% said the contractors, 20% said the homies that came through, and 6% said other. I'm going to close this poll out very soon here. Okay, we had 874 likes. We might be able to get to 900. Let me go ahead and play this, and we'll start winding this down. Here we go.
Sankara, the next Kwame Nkrumah, Nnamdi Azikiwe, Patrice Lumumba, Huey P. Newton, Prentice Bunchy Carter, John Huggins, Little Bobby Hutton, George Jackson, Jonathan Jackson, Fred Hampton, Alexander Crummell, Bishop Turner, Henry Highland Garnett, Martin Delaney. Don't get me started. Where my Brazilian Africans at? Are y'all ready? Because I'm pulling up. Where my Brazilian Africans at? Are y'all ready? Because I'm pulling up. Where my Brazilian Africans at? Y'all getting me hyped, brothers and sisters? The bathroom is starting to look like a ladies' room. I said the bathroom is starting to look like a ladies' room. Oh, yes.
No, it's not.
Oh, yes, brothers and sisters. Oh, yes. Ladies, what kind of scent do y'all want to hear? What y'all want the background scent to be? I also need y'all ladies to text me a list of things that should be in the ladies' room, because you know y'all can't flush your personal things in the toilet, right?
This guy. That's why I told y'all he ain't ever lived with no woman. That's not how that works, Umar. Furthermore, the idea, just for him to even throw that out there, like, y'all, that's what y'all do. Just, it's insulting and it's disrespectful. See, if you live with the woman, you would know that that's not what you don't do that. What are you talking about, Umar? You see what I'm saying? With these Umar Johnson followers, how do you defend that shit? I don't mean, I got to stop. I have to stop. It's just because I try to give grace, but shit. If Umar behaves like this and he talks like this and you defend Umar, what does that say about your ass? And I apologize. Let me apologize, because I really try not to do that, especially to these Umar Johnson followers. But I may have to revisit my policy on that. He doing more than you doing on it. What are you talking about? This is how this guy talk. Let me stop. I will have to revisit that. Okay. Umar, he's something else.
Brothers and sisters. Oh, yes. Ladies, what kind of scent do y'all want to hear? What y'all want the background scent to be? I also need y'all ladies to text me a list of things that should be in the ladies' room, because you know y'all can't flush your personal things in the toilet, right? Y'all cannot flush your personal things into the toilet. So my sisters, text me a list of 10 to 20. I'm going to get, see, we got the closet. Let me show y'all the closet. We got the closet. Let me show y'all the closet. Let me show y'all the.
And look at that paint job. Oh, my goodness. This is some ghetto shit.
Closet, okay? This is the closet. Ladies, y'all got a closet.
Okay. Okay, and okay, and therefore what? What is it about? Umar, you know you living in that Baba collar. That's the Baba collar. Cut it out. Umar gonna put a little placard on there and say Mama calls it. He gonna be sitting there and shit. The woman gonna knock on it. Yeah. Yeah, I need a tampon. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I have to do it. I have to. Yeah, well, what is it? In the closet. What is it? Yeah, I need a tampon. All right, hold on. All right, Queen. Okay. He gonna be sitting in that little closet like this. Yeah, what is it? We're out of toilet paper in stall number 3. All right. That's some crazy shit right there. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let me stop. All right. Let me stop. I apologize for that. went too far. I hope I didn't offend any of the women. I apologize. All right. Let's get back to it. Here we go.
Flush
I
your
gotta get me
personal
something
things
to
in the
drink.
toilet, right? Y'all cannot flush your personal things into the toilet. So my sisters, text me a list of 10 to 20. I'm going to get, see, we got the closet. Let me show y'all the closet. We got the closet. Let me show y'all the closet. Let me show y'all the closet, okay? This is the closet. Ladies, y'all got a closet. Or we
I can see Umar's big ass sitting in a little chair in the back. Yeah. All right. Let me stop. Okay. This show was crazy. Seth says, man, put a 1 in the chat if you had to go to the store and get a big box. Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, I take pride in that shit. Women love that too. When you walk around with it, let me put a 1 in there. Yeah, the women at the store, when they see you, because I did it with pride. You know what I'm saying? They be looking. Oh, yeah, he's a good one. He's a good one. He's a keeper. He's shit. I was like, yeah, let me go. I'll tell you, the women, they see you do that, especially when it be late, because sometimes women, they try to get you to go get it when it's late at night. I'd shoot, boy, it was a badge of honor for me, Anyway, any of you men, you know what I'm talking about. Okay, shout out to the brothers. Thanks, Seth. Okay, let's try to finish this up.
People gonna have a shelf in the ladies' room. What y'all need on the shelf, ladies? Some lotion. Well, I need some tampons. Is there universal
Here you go.
tampon in case?
What? Anyway, let me. This guy, he's.
Closet. Let me show y'all the closet.
I'm sorry. Let me go back.
Well, I need some tampons. Is there a universal tampon in case your cycle come on while you at the FDMG event?
He ain't never lived with no woman. Most women's this cycle is on a cycle. That's why they call it a cycle, you goofy. So if it gets around to being around that time of the month where it's going to be coming, they're going to be out. They make sure that they carry their own stuff. Most women, that's what they do. And if they don't got it for whatever reason, they ask another woman. And they all go ahead. Y'all be surprised. Women, because they have to live with that all the time. But not all the time. But once they're used to it, and they know, and they support each other. And that here, girl, I got one there. Here you go. They can go to the bathroom. They can go down while I'm coming with you. Women that go to the bathroom because me like, nah, bro. I'm gonna go to the bathroom with you. Nah, I don't know you. No, did he? But he ain't never lived with no women because that's why he's coming up with this fanciful shit. Just in case your cycle come on at the event. First of all, there ain't no events. Okay. Second of all, what they gonna come in there and knock on the thing and you gonna be sitting there? Yeah, I got you, queen. Come on, we want to cut it out. So goofy.
I understand. Y'all the mothers of civilization. Things happen. Ladies, text me everything y'all need for the restroom. I'm serious. This is not a joke. I need to know what the sisters need in the restroom. Because nothing can go down the toilet.
Okay, they wouldn't do. Let me just stop. Whatever.
We probably got to have some Ziploc bags so y'all could toss.
This motherfucker to give me the strength. Give me the strength. So tired of this. Tired of this guy. Just in case for you queens in here in the Cook Crush chat, just in case if your cycle comes on while we live streaming, we had to show we was gonna do under 2 hours, but we had 3 hours now. Just in case I got these, I'll email them to you. This guy
is need in the restroom. Because nothing can go down the toilet. We probably got to have some Ziploc bags so y'all could toss it in the trash. Probably need some Ziploc bags, right? Need some Ziploc.
What? Sorry, my mind. I gotta stop that. I shouldn't do that. I apologize. I was gonna do a joke, but I shouldn't even thought that. But let me say this: Umar he's never lived with a woman. It's clear to me. Okay. I have 4 sisters. Of course, I got a mama too. Then I had cousins, a gang of cousins. We had a lot of cousins. Because I think my grandma and grandpa all together, I think they had, I want to say 9 kids. 2 of them passed. So I think it was 7. I would have to count. It's a gang of them. I do know that. It could be 6, but I think it's 7. And then everybody had a gang of kids, especially the women had a gang of kids. So I had a lot of female cousins. Then of course my mom, then I had my sister. So I already knew what the deal was growing up. And then of course my wife, we've been together now for 25 years, almost 25 years. And then we have daughters. So to be clear about this, Umar doesn't know what he's talking about. And to be 51 years old and have daughters out there, it's amazing to me that this is the type of shit that comes into his mind. I've never, and maybe it's different. I don't know. Maybe in Philadelphia they do things differently. I don't know. But in my experience, I've never seen, and in girlfriends too. I forgot about that. That I've never seen a woman, they, you know, whether it's a tampon or it's a pad, that they take it off and they put it into a baggie and then put it in the trash. I mean, is it possible? I guess, but I've never seen that. Normally they just set it inside the trash. See, I think in Umar's mind, he sees it as some like this, I apologize, but some sort of a bloody mess. And it's all over the place. It's all over. No, that's not how it works, Umar. There's heavy flow. Yes, I get that too. But I'm not saying that I get it. I'm just saying that I understand. So y'all like, damn, Lenon know a little too much about this. Then he said he'd be getting the menstrual flow. Yeah, they call it the menstrual cycle. That's right. Man, you know what I'm talking about. We get our menstrual cycle. Balls start cramping up and you, what's wrong with you? My balls are cramping. Let me stop. Anyway, the point is that it's clear that Umar doesn't know what he's talking about. So what he does is he starts to concoct all of this stuff in his mind, and it's just weirdo. That's all it is. All right, here we go.
Is need in the restroom because nothing can go down the toilet. We probably got to have.
No, seriously though, I have a whole it's a whole skit joke thing about the menstrual cycle, and I explained it and all this stuff. It's crazy.
Some Ziploc bags so y'all could toss it in the trash. Probably need some Ziploc bags, right? Need some Ziploc bags. Oh yes, we coming together now. We coming together now. Oh,
He said, Lauren Hill told him about the Ziploc bags. Boy, that is wild. Yeah, Lauren Hill told him. Yeah, pads come with wrapping. Tampons are flushable these days, and I've never heard of wrapping any feminine hygiene products in a Ziploc. I've never heard of that in my life. Never. I don't mean to say it this way, but I've never seen that either. Meaning that I looked into a trash and I see, any type of feminine products that have been used inside of a. And listen, I'm grown. It's put inside a Ziploc bag and put inside a trash. See, and what I mean by I'm grown is like I have enough life experience where it's not a taboo topic. I don't look at it like that at all. I know there's some men you start talking about the menstrual cycle, they start getting down. What you talking about? You wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for that. So you don't need to cut it out. Anyway, I don't get it with Umar. I really don't. It just goes to show you that he doesn't have life experience of living with a woman. You know, because you that's something like I was saying earlier. There's things that you learn. Right, but I knew that stuff when I was growing up. Right. Anyway, I don't think it's advised for them to be flushed though, because it can clog up the plumbing. Right. But again, technology is different these days. But in my experience, not that I ever done it, but I'm saying from what I remember, I've never seen that being done. Usually just put it inside the trash. Anyway, here we go.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I got to get some more of that Windex. It's coming together now, ladies. He said you need to stop moaning. I hope that wasn't a man. Lord, please.
Yeah, I think
the
we saw this
zest is getting too much. The zest is getting out of control. Let the haters hate. If it
there is no school cafeteria facility in the small school or the small gym. There was one in the larger building, but he's not even focusing on that. And a lot of the equipment that was in there is no longer in there. So that's another issue that Umar's going to have to mitigate at some point in terms of if he ever opened up. I don't think he ever will. Thank the Lord for that. Can you imagine this guy teaching black boys about anything, including feminine hygiene? Come on. And yeah, a little boy should know at least something about that. Not that you tell them everything, but they should know so they be prepared so that when they get older, they're not acting as if it's some, I don't even know. It's really, to me, it's not a big deal. You just support your partner during that time, or your sisters or whatever. You support them as much as you can. All right, whatever that may mean. They want you to go get some products, go and get the product. If they need some food or whatever, go do what you got to do. Anyway, Umar, at some point, he's going to have to mitigate this particular issue if he ever opened up. And like I said before, in the small school, what he calls a small school, there's no cafeteria facility in there. All of that was on the other side of the street. And I have the video footage of the new JCSU Academy when they show it in the video. But that's on the other side of the street, on the street that he's on the other side where he's quote unquote allegedly renovating. And there's nothing there for that. See? All right, here we go.
If it wasn't for the hate of the haters, I would not be great, brothers and sisters. I'm going to be honest. If it wasn't for the hate, I don't know if I would be this great. Are y'all aware of that, brothers and sisters? If it wasn't for the hate, I don't know if I would be this great. If it wasn't for the hate, I don't know if I would be this great. Them sinks is looking nice. I'm going to get some more Windex, and I'm going to come down and Windex the stalls. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I got a purpose, brothers and sisters. Is it okay to have a purpose, brothers and sisters? Is it okay to have a purpose? Is there something wrong with trying to open up a school to better our children, brothers and sisters? Is there something wrong with trying to open up a school to better our children, brothers and sisters? Is that a snow bunny asking me, am I still cleaning the sink? I think that's a snow bunny. Listen here to the bunny brigade. Listen here to the bunny brigade, okay? I can't stop you from tapping in, but you're not going to be disrespectful because you shouldn't even be in this space right now.
You know, you saying this, I didn't even think about that. He's supposed to be the primary caretaker. Oh, man, I hadn't even thought about that. My goodness gracious. That's wild.
This is an all African people's life.
Yeah, he is. He really is.
This is an all African people's life. So dear Snow Bunny, if you're going to be disrespectful, you need to sign off because you never got invited in. Dear Snow Bunny, if you're going to be disrespectful.
Yeah, ain't enough Fabuloso in the world. I'm surprised, Derek, he don't have Fabuloso because that was his go-to back in the day. I didn't see any. That's how Binky the Bando Bird died, because of that Fabuloso and bleach. Poor thing. Thanks, Derek.
Respectful, you might as well sign off. Because we're not having that. We're not having them games. The bathroom look better. Once we take this plastic up off the floor, shine and mop that floor, brothers and sisters. Woo! It's going to be nice.
Yeah, so the water's running. I just think that the water pressure for the toilets in particular is really low.
Nice. It's going to be nice. And all you haters will not be allowed.
Oh, I know I'm not going to be there.
And all you haters will not be allowed.
Don't
call them animals, brothers and sisters. We don't have to be disrespectful. Don't
Swaggle
call them animals.
We're
not going to do that. We're not going to do that. You can have a little fun without being disrespectful. Come on now.
Does he have the same gloves on? That's cross-contamination on everything that he's touched.
Africans. The C in Africa stands for class. We know how to conduct ourselves with class, brothers and sisters. Don't call them animals. I don't want them calling you no animal. We're not going to call them no animal. Not lose our African ethics now. That's why we need the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. That's why we need the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. Y'all losing y'all African ethics. Y'all think y'all have to act like Neanderthal in order to be equal to Neanderthal. Stop it. Y'all acting like y'all got to act like Neanderthal to be equal to Neanderthal. We got to stop it. Y'all acting like you got to imitate Neanderthal to be equal to Neanderthal. We got to stop it, brothers and sisters. I was supposed to meet up with Baby Smurf. I text Baby Smurf. Has anybody seen my daughter? Has anybody seen Baby Smurf? I text Baby Smurf. We're supposed to meet up for dinner. Where Baby Smurf at? I'm looking for Baby Smurf. Can somebody help me find my oldest child? Where's Baby Smurf at?
What in the world?
Where is Baby Smurf at?
I can't believe he's doing this. I mean, this might be one of the worst videos I've seen of Umar. I mean, he's going out just sad. Can you believe this guy? This is, I mean, it's just horrible.
Somebody help me find my oldest child. Where's baby Smurf at? Can somebody put out an APB on baby Smurf? Can somebody put on the APB out on baby Smurf? You said I got beta male energy, my brother? You said I got beta male energy? Well, I tell you what, my brother, no disrespect. You have a right to your opinion, sir. You said I have beta male. So this is what we're going to do. I want to test out your theory, my brother. Because if it's true, then it's true. So I want to test out your theory, my brother. And so what I want to do is I would like to have dinner with your queen. I would like dinner with your queen, sir. Can I please have dinner? You said I'm a beta. I would like to have dinner with your queen.
Here he go.
Dinner with your queen one time. And let's see who's real beta. That's all we got to do. Because I'm willing to bet you she would prefer me over you, sir. I'm willing to bet you she would prefer King Kong. Alpha males build institutions. Alpha males build independent institutions for their community. That's how you know a real alpha male. A real alpha male builds institutions, not government-funded institutions, not government-funded institutions, independent institutions. Thank God I cleaned these bathrooms today. I ain't cleaned them in so long. I didn't think they needed to be cleaning. Contractors tearing my bathroom up. Paint team tearing my bathrooms up. Where my Delaware queens at? It's like, nah. I found Queen Kong consciousness number 1, brothers and sisters. I found Queen Kong consciousness number 1, brothers and sisters. I found Queen Kong consciousness number 1, brothers, and we got one more spot. I found Queen Kong consciousness number 1, brothers and sisters. We got one more spot for the wifey seat. I thought you were married. I've never been married, Royal. I've never been married, Royal. I got married in the FDMG fashion show, sister. That was a FDMG wedding scene of the fashion show.
Yeah, by the way, he did that same, I guess you can say, program, if you will. When he was in college, he was an undergraduate. He did a fake wedding, and he participated in it. It was after a fashion show. So this whole idea of the fake wedding at the fashion show for the block party, it's just a derivative. It's really him living out his college experience or reliving it, later on in life. A lot of people don't know about that, but I have the video where he explains that.
Never been married. King Kong has never been married. That was a
Y'all see how the plunger is sitting up there on the counter?
DMG fashion show, my sister. Looking good, looking good, looking good. Had to clean it up a little bit. They had my bathroom stinking. I said I got Queen Kong number 1. Queen Kong number 2 ain't been chosen yet. Oh my gosh, this is disgusting. Oh my God. Ancestors, why did y'all choose me? Why did y'all anoint me? Did it have to be me? I know the newspaper in the gym, my brother. I'm too lazy to walk to the gym. Y'all want to see the teachers? We got to clean up the teachers.
Did y'all see that door?
I know the newspaper in the gym, my brother. I'm too lazy to walk to the gym. Y'all want to?
Man, this is one of the worst Umar videos. It is. This is one of the worst Umar videos I've seen, specifically dealing with these bandos. Look at that door.
See the teachers? We got to clean up the teachers lounge. Who want to see the teachers lounge, brothers and sisters? So this is the teachers lounge. This is the teachers lounge. We're going to get a big screen TV. We're going to get a couch. We're going to get a refrigerator. We're going to get a
How you going to put all that in that little space? Umar, you tripping?
microwave. We're going to get some teachers
We're going to put a jungle gym. We're going to put some monkey bars.
lockers. This is the teachers lounge. We're going to put the teachers lockers right here. All right. So let's
What you guys doing? Blowing up balloons and shit? Umar there, his homeboy in the next room blowing up balloons.
Let's go into the men's room.
Here we go.
This is the men's room. They took the toilet thing off the wall. I don't think this needed to come off the wall, but they took it off the wall. We're gonna have to screw that back on. We're gonna have to screw that back on. So I'm gonna just put this over here.
Boy, this is a mess.
What the hell is this? Oh, this go inside of it. This go inside of it. Okay, this is trash. This tissue look old. We don't be using these bathrooms. That's why they get the water stains. So it's time to go to work. It's time to go to work.
Here we go again.
Men's bathroom in the
That's not water stains either. Okay, that's shit stains. This is horrible.
teacher's lounge. We're gonna let that marinate for a little bit. Then we're gonna come back and scrub up.
Okay, we saw all this part. I'm gonna fast forward.
The contractors, brothers and sisters, they don't
wait,
flush
we
the
didn't see this
toilet.
part.
They put all kind of shit in the toilet. It's the
we saw
contractors,
this part.
brothers and sisters. Man, let's go see the ladies' bathroom real quick. Y'all like the teacher's lounge? This is where the teachers gonna hang out at. Ladies' bathroom. Look at this. Putting shit
Oh man.
in the toilet. These are brand new toilets, brothers and sisters. About 1.5 to 2 years, but nobody really been in here. They shouldn't look like this. My contractors, plus I ain't been flushing. This is my contractor's diarrhea.
See, he hasn't been flushing. Why not? Remember we were talking about that? So he's known this, but he just decides not to flush the toilets. Like I was saying, he's trying to save money on water. Boy, he be self-exposing and telling him, he be self-snitching over and over again.
These are brand new toilets, brothers and sisters. About 1.5 to 2 years, but nobody really been in here. They shouldn't look like this. My contractors, plus I ain't been flushing.
See
This
that?
is my
That's
contractor's
crazy.
diarrhea juice, all kind. This shit ain't cool, family. We must do better for the queens. But don't worry, ladies, I'm gonna get this up. My future FDMG
Oh my God, look at
teachers.
this.
My future FDMG teachers, I'm gonna get all this done. Don't you worry about that. My future FDMG volunteers, don't you worry. I'm cleaning this up today. We gonna clean this up right now, brothers and sisters.
Filthy. Man.
I know. How could it be that messy and only contractors are using it? Let it marinate a little bit. Let it ain't no dead mouses in here. Here you go making up shit. See that? A dead mouse. Ain't
No dead mouses. Okay.
no dead mouse in here. You gonna throw a mice at me? I'ma block you then.
You're gonna throw a mice at me. This guy's 6 degrees, allegedly.
Diarrhea juice from the contractors. I'ma start charging the contractors
It's so filthy in here.
a shit fee. You know what? I should.
Oh man. Umar. This has got to be one of the worst videos I've seen of Umar. Man, I thought we were going to have a short show, but I didn't realize how long this video was. At least we ain't got to come back to it tomorrow. Let's finish up. I got a gang of super chats I got to get through too. Let me see what's the best strategy. Yeah, let me do these super chats real quick. What's up? Miss Converse says, number one, this clown mixing bleach with ammonia. That's a problem. Number two, he doesn't know how to get in contact with his own daughter. Yeah. And he calling her baby Smurf. Number three, the hole in the door when the door where the door knob should be. Yeah. So the first part, it's just Umar has a history of that because remember he was mixing Fabuloso and bleach inside of the small gym with no ventilation, so he doesn't know what he's doing. And most of the time, you're not supposed to be mixing anything. If you have, it's like each product is for a specific purpose, so use it for that purpose, and then afterwards you want to use something else, and then you can use that, but you don't mix it all together. It shows Umar he doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know how to get in contact with his own. Yeah, that's a long-standing issue. But in this year, his daughter exposed him as a deadbeat, and for him to even be bringing her up, it's just totally inappropriate. It is. He hasn't, from what I haven't followed it close enough, but it does not. And clearly, it's clear to me though. We can say this, that he has not helped his daughter because he doesn't even know how to contact his daughter. So why even bring her up in the first place? He shouldn't be doing that. He really shouldn't. And then calling her baby Smurf, that's a way to dehumanize her. He has a history of doing that to people. He dehumanizes people because it's easier to justify abusing them if he dehumanizes them. Okay, that's what abusers do. And then the hole in the door where the doorknob should be, yeah. Again, we saw videos from 2019 where those door issues were present, and here we are 6.5 years later, and they're still, in some cases, it's worse, but they're still not fixed. But remember, he said the renovations were complete in 2023. So why would the doors be looking like that in 2025? See, people, Umar, he's always saying that he's working, and his followers believe that. He's not doing anything. See, any woman too, but any man who is of substance would have gotten that shit taken care of 6.5 to 7 years ago. Especially if people are not giving you $2.7 million, right? So why hasn't Umar done it? Well, because he's not working on this project per se. He just gets up there and he gets into this mode of, I call it a shit show. It's a shit show. It's a shit cleaning minstrelsy. That's what it is. And he shucks and jives to get money out of people. That's what it comes down to. He really has reached an all-time low, in my opinion, with this FDMG school scandal, where things are at and how he's behaving and the types of things that he's saying in this particular video. Thank you, Mr. Controversy, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Fresh Face says, ironically, Queen Kong consciousness #2 hits differently now, don't it? Yeah. Queen Kong consciousness. Umar, the idea for Umar is that he has to have 2 queens. That's what he says, but he doesn't want any commitment. Okay, that has more to do with trying to be like Marcus Garvey, because Marcus Garvey did have a second woman that he was dealing with while he was dealing with his wife. A lot of people don't know about that. So Umar wants to mimic that. So it's not because he wants to be in a committed relationship or because he wants to create a family or raise a family. That ain't got nothing to do with it, because at the age of 51, if you haven't done that by now, it's just probably not something that you're really interested in doing. And that's perfectly okay. But he has to give out, again, he wants to misrepresent himself as if he's some sort of Pan Africanist, and it's about polygamy and polygamous relationships. And we got to make sure that all of the women, he can't take care of himself. How's he going to take care of 1, let alone 2, 3, 4, 5 women? He can't do it. He don't even know how to clean bathrooms. What is he talking about? But that fits into the persona that he has presented to his audience, that he's about that life, when in point of fact, he's not. But the 2 queens in particular, the idea in Umar's mind, it's about putting on this persona that he can take care of 2 women, when in point of fact, he sees them as people, workers for him, just like Polite saw the women that he was dealing with in his harem as his workers. Furthermore, it allows Umar to fit, some of this into his sexual fantasies with all this other stuff, about the women and the men and him and the women and all this other stuff all at the same time. That's part of this too. But in terms of actual commitment, that's not what this is about. No, not at all. Thank you, Fresh Face. Daxter says, Jermaine, a.k.a. Umar, needs some gin. Yeah, no gin today? Boy, this has been a rough year for Umar. Yeah, thank you, Daxter. Golden Child says, he told Baby Smurf she should call him, not text him, but he can't text her. He can text her. If Umar truly wanted to help his daughter, he would have done so by now. And I don't like speaking on the daughter. In fact, I try not to. When we did bring that up and covered a bit of it, I was careful not to give her social media, not to give her name. I even blurred out her face because she's still his daughter. Okay, and there should be a line of demarcation in terms of how far, because she actually tried to add me as a friend on Facebook, but no, I'm not going to do that. No, I'm not going to do that. And in my mind, the way I look at it, even though she's older, she's still a child. For how I look at things. Okay, I'm 51. Oh no, I'm sorry. Umar's 51. I'm about to be 50. Right, but that's just the way I look at things. And so I try not to speak about her and her situation. It is sad, but the thing is that Umar doesn't care. And if he wanted to help her, he would have done so by now. And a phone call isn't necessarily help, and a text message isn't necessarily help. There's a lot more that needs to go into helping her. I don't think he cares. And listen, if he did care, he would have helped her a long time ago. I'm talking years ago, potentially a decade ago. But that's not what Umar did because he doesn't care. And that's not what he's doing now because he doesn't care. Okay? Thanks, Golden Child. Derek, what's up? Derek says, there ain't enough. Oh, I got that one earlier. Thank you so much. LTKK says, Umar will collect those bags and use the blood for his voodoo. I'm not joking. I don't want to speculate on that. He is into that kind of stuff. Marianne Lorient talked about how he had this bag. And it was a gun in that bag, and he carries it around. He had a gun in that bag. He had some sort of a talisman, necklace type of thing. And then he had a plastic baggie with animal guts in it that he carries around. Kind of puts things in a different perspective when he's talking about putting tampons in a plastic bag. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that right there. Thank you, LTKK. I tell you, man. Perry says Universal Studios tampons. How cool. All right, yeah. Thank you, Perry. Seth says, men put, I got that one earlier. Okay. Thank you so much. RPG TVT View says, now Umar has only one shape and it's round. All right. Thank you. Black Wolf says, Lenon been here before the super chats, before the cookie chat was born, and you have always kept it all truth with Umar, even dealing with Darrell and them clowns. Yes, and I've been very patient and very gracious, and I've extended a lot of grace. A lot of people I could have gone at, and it would have been very profitable. It'd been funny too, because I you guys know I can roast. I can clown the shit out of people, and I could have gone down that path. But what I knew even back then was that it would have compromised the integrity, because it's not about that. And there are people who like that shit. It makes them, it invigorates them. I'm not like that. As long as you don't show up at my door or you're not threatening my wife and my kids, you can say whatever the fuck you want to, because you wouldn't say that shit in my face. I know that for a fact. And I ain't about that life, but I don't play games either. See? So I let people talk. And what I've realized is, yeah, you let people talk, and they go low, you go high, and karma gonna get that ass at some point, and it always does. I've seen this over and over again. So I'm good. Yeah, and you've been around a long time. Before we had the super chats, before I had the monetization here on YouTube, before I had my PayPal set up here on YouTube, CashApp, before all of that. When I started doing Umar, I wasn't making any money. Yeah, I was doing like these dry presentations, these PowerPoint, but they were still okay. But it was, it was not like how it is. What happened was, once the Cook Chat got into effect, it blew up the spot. Then it got fun, it got humorous and more humorous, it got fun. And I started writing songs, and we had a good old time, and here we are. It's monetization, so forth and so on. I saw people say things like, you do it for the money. No, when I started, I wasn't making any money. Now, do I appreciate the money? Hell yeah. But you got to develop a skill set, and you can't be online beefing with everybody and talking shit about people and just trying to cause harm. I've never been like that. I'm just not that type of person anyway. See, I don't live my life like that. And also understand karma. Karma don't play. It's going to get that ass one way or the other. And if it's not while you're alive, it's going to get you when you're done. You best believe. Maybe. Yeah. Anyway, with what's happening, and I don't want to, because I actually feel bad for him with Darrell in particular. It's sad, and I really hope that things get turned around for him, and that he has a good outcome. I really hope, and I mean that sincerely. I do, and that's with everyone. I've never held malice towards people. And I got to be honest. There was a time where I was really upset with Umar, and you were around back then. But that's because he took it to the point where he was putting my family's life in jeopardy, and it pissed me off. It did. But outside of that, I can't say that I've ever had animosity towards people and the types of things that they've done over the years and continue to do. I just don't live my life like that. You know, you let people live, do what they do, and karma gonna get that ass one way or the other. It ain't got nothing to do with you per se. Just, you know, protect your peace, maintain your peace, and keep doing what you're doing if you know that what you're doing is the right thing to do. And that's what I do. All right. Thank you, Black Wolf. I appreciate it. Derek says, looks like a bathroom in a janky ass hood club. Yeah. See, Umar, that's the funny thing is he thinks that somehow these bathrooms are like, I don't know, the pinnacle of this whole FDMG thing. No, they look ghetto, real talk. Paint job looking crazy. You know, I mean, all the way across the board. I wouldn't use those bathrooms. Real quick, then we're gonna wind this up. Is there anyone in the Cookie Crush chat who would use those bathrooms? Hit the one. Anyone, hit the one if you would use those bathrooms. Man, I'm gonna put 2 in there just because there's no way. There's no way. I gotta put my 2 cents in. There's no way. Thank you, Derek. Seth also says there's still tons of. Okay, I got that one as well. So I think I'm getting close to getting caught up in this chat room. Let me do this. Let me just scroll up here and see if I missed any of these. In fact, here, let me go back. I'll play the video. Let me see if I can pick any more of these out. Here we go.
They had a porta potty outside and said they got to use the porta potty. What you think, brothers and sisters? Next time, do I need to put a porta potty outside and tell them they got to use the porta potty? Do I got to put a porta potty outside and tell them to use the porta potty?
Man, that looks like that bucket that was outside with shit in it. But I'm just speculating. Staff Music says his cleaning methods would get so many health code violations. I was mentioning that earlier. You're absolutely right about that. How he's going about cleaning, you know, because you spread feces. There's all types of stuff in that. Ain't no telling, you know, and it's all over the place. They can actually take there's a certain light. I can't remember what it's called, but they I can't remember. And they can turn the lights off and put them. You can see all kinds of shit all over the place, right? Thanks, Staff Music. All kinds of violations right there. Even using the same rag, you know, using the same rag to wipe and it gets it inside the feces. You wiping the toilet with it, and the top of the toilet all around the sides, and you take that same rag and go do the same thing with the other toilet. And in the same glove you're using, while you're doing all that, you're using that to clean the same glove. You're using that while you're cleaning the surface of the counters. No, nope. Thank you for the soup chat. Sean says him asking for donations from the ladies only is so predatory. Yeah, he has a history of that though. That goes back to the beginning of all of this. His main target demographic is single Black mothers. So it's not that Black men don't send him money. It's just that his main target has been and it continues to be Black women. I would propose that a significant amount of the donations that he's received has been from single Black mothers, because he's selling this idea that he's going to open up the school for little Black boys, and for the, you know, and if there's little Black boys, their daddies ain't home, and blah blah blah, and et cetera, et cetera. And he's supposed to be represent this masculine figure who's going to save their Black boys from the school to prison pipeline, et cetera, et cetera. Meanwhile, he don't even take care of his own kids, and does not know how to live in the real. He don't even know how to clean a toilet. My goodness gracious! But he's always targeted women, and in particular single Black mothers. That's his target demographic. It's very predatory, right? Thank you, Sean, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Miranda says, up there stirring that ish round foot. Yeah, I know. I got that one. I think I'm all cut up here. Oh no, I'm not. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Miranda. Umar cut meat and veggies on plastic cutting boards. What are you talking about? Umar cut meat and veggies on plastic cutting boards. Are you crazy? All right. Air Horden. Yeah, that's right. Thank you, Qatar. Thanks, Jam. Cross-contamination consciousness. Oh, my God. That's a good one, though. Cross-contamination consciousness. Someone remind me of that one the next time we live stream, okay? Because it's CCC, cross-contamination consciousness. Yo, wow. Thanks, Stab. What's up, Mr. Juarez? I ain't seen you in a while. Just want to stop and give you a shout out, my brother. Hope all is well with you and the fam. Thank you. Yeah, family's doing fun. Thank you for asking. What's Mr. Clean doing over there? Yeah, he's trying. Umar trying. Good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. I hope you're doing all right. Yeah, I haven't seen Mr. Juarez in quite some time. Gracias for the super chat. I appreciate it. Staff also says the purple paint make it look like a nightclub restroom. And Umar is a restroom attendant selling FDMG lenses in there. Yeah, I was saying he was selling. He was in that closet trying to sell tampons and shit. Anyway, all right, thanks, Staff. Lene says I sent you photos of the surveillance room. Yeah, you did. You sure did. And I think I actually showed it one time. He had it looked horrible too. I should pull it up, but we got to close out. I didn't mean for this to be this long. We're at 881 likes too, by the way. Let's try to get to 900. So we need 19 more, excuse me. Yeah, 19 more likes to get to 900. Okay, thank you, Lene. A lovely Elizabeth sent the super sticker. Thank you so much, lovely Elizabeth. I appreciate it. What's up, Yellow Man says a man telling Umar to shut up is now zesty. yeah, but that's what Umar does. He'll call people zesty. Yeah. And then here's type correct. Thank you for the super chat. He's so delusional of who he thinks he is mentally. Yeah, he lives in a delusional state. He really believes that he's these great things, but I think it's more of a coping mechanism because he doesn't want to deal with the reality of the situation. What I have learned is that if you ignore the reality of the situation, things are going to get worse. If you face it head on and then you engage in corrective measures, then things can potentially start to turn around. But you got the corrective measures have to, they have to be carefully planned out. And then whatever that plan is, you stick to that plan. That's what I've been doing. I'm sticking to my plan. It's worked out well for me. Still got quite a ways to go, but I've turned things around significantly. What I have seen is the trajectory of my life has gone in this direction, while other people, including Umar, the trajectory of their life has gone in this direction. But there's a reason why. If you live a shady life, whether it's online or offline or both, you're going to pay the consequences. But if you're living a life where you're really trying to do better, right, and you're being respectful of other people, and you're being kind to other people too, and you do it from a genuine place, whether it's online or offline, what you're going to see is a trajectory of your life go in a positive direction. So Umar, and what I have observed in his life, because he continues to be shady, is that things have deteriorated more and more, more so this year in terms of the descendancy, if that makes sense, the devolution of Umar. This year, I haven't seen it go so far down so quickly. It's been going down, but this year it's just like boom, and we'll see how this continues to unfold. Thank you, Enterprise Entertainment, for the super chat. James Smith says surveillance equals peeping Tom Tunde. Yeah, no, Umar, he does. He has this room because Lene sent it to me where he has like these monitors. The monitors were older monitors and it was all dusty and stuff. And you'll see on there, you can see all the different camera angles, but the screens are really relatively small. So you just see these little boxes. They're just sitting out in this little corner. And it's all dust all covering everything. It's just ridiculous. Thanks, James. Okay, I think I'm almost caught up here inside of the chat room with the super chats. We're my hygienic Africans, my Ajax Africans, my antibacterial Africans. Where y'all at? Now, real quick, that's what I was thinking about, but I couldn't think of the word. The bacterial aspect of this, of him with the cross contaminations with feces, off the charts. All types of health code violations right there. In fact, it could happen. Let's say if Umar got to the point where he had these buildings inspected, and the people that help, they come out and they take a look and they happen to see that video, he ain't gonna pass nothing. He ain't passing not a doggone thing. Thank you, really one of them, for being a member for 4 months. Drifting sent in a super sticker as well. Thank you so much. Don't want to hear Pumar talking about Choco Fudge. Okay, this is from way earlier, from like 2 hours ago. I'm so behind. But I think I'm almost, thank you, user, almost done here, and then we'll finish up with the video. James says, bunny hopping simps, but we heard one of you, your fantasies, you wanted to come true in the Mary Ann movie. Yeah, what Umar wanted in the Mary Ann Lawrence movie Awaken was for there to be a love or sex scene with what he calls a snow bunny, a white woman. He said he wanted the woman to come and the breast is all out, and she presses her breast up against his chest. And in his moment of weakness, he was going to go for it, but then he says, no, I'm the prince of Pan Africanism. I cannot partake in the hopping of the bunnies. And then he pushes her off the bed. Literally, this is what Umar came up with. He throws her off the bed. I'm the Prince of Pan Africanism. But Marianne Lawrence, she was like, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. She has the text messages because he texted her what the thing, what it was going to be. But she was like, no, we're not doing that, sir. I will not partake. I will not succumb. I will not. Okay, all right. Thanks, James. Boy, this show was crazy. Mary MC Singleton says typhoid. Boy, this Cookie Crush test undefeated. Excuse me. Typhoid Tunde. Typhoid Tunde thinks mirrors are windows. That is the literal origin of the word narcissist from Greek mythology. You know, it's true though. You're right about that. Yeah. Why you call him typhoid? Because he spread all these bacteria and germs all over the place. Typhoid too. That's wild. Thank you, Mary. Boy, this chat room was cutting up all night. Maddie says bleach stains, faded colored rags. That's water in those containers. No, Maddie, that wasn't water. We got to give him some credit. Now, all of it is ridiculous. Clearly, he doesn't know how to clean. But let's at least give Umar some credit for trying. Okay, we know that he got it from the dollar store. Okay, he probably watered everything down to save some money that month. Anyway, thanks, Maddie. All right, we're almost done with these super chats. At first, I thought hobos crept in and dropped deuces. He say deuces. Then he blamed the contractors, and that's when I knew it was him showing his nuggets. All right. Yeah, I think it was Umar. In fact, let me close out this poll. And the thing is that even if it wasn't Umar, why didn't he flush? Because he admitted that he just wasn't flushing. Okay, why not? Just filthy. The poll question, we had over 2,346 votes as we close this show down. I want to thank everyone who voted. The poll question is, who shizzled in the FDMG toilet? 71% overwhelmingly said Umar Johnson. 4% said the contractors. I don't believe the contractors had anything to do with that. 4% said the contractors. 20% said the homies that came through. Okay, and that's possible too. It could be a combination of Umar and the homies. And then 6% said other. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and close that poll out. Thanks everyone who voted on that. We're at let me see where we're at with the likes. So maybe we can still have a chance to get to 900. Oh, we got to 1,000. Oh my goodness, it just jumped up. Okay, y'all, thank you so much. This show turned out to be an awesome show. The plan for tomorrow, too, by the way, we'll get into. It's a short video, so it'll be a short show. We'll get to the video where Umar, he's in an interview recently, and he's asked a question about FDMG, and he kind of gives an update. We'll get into that tomorrow. And if anything else comes across the desk, anyone send me anything that's worth us covering that's recent, then we'll cover that, too, because it'll be a short show tomorrow. I thought we were going to have a short show today, too, but then we got into this other video. It's like crazy. Thank you, user 225. I appreciate it. Slim Jerusalem said Umar is a curmudgeon. I don't know what that is. Let me look that up. I hope it ain't nothing crazy. A curmudgeon. A bad-tempered person, especially an old one. Okay. Curmudgeon. It's curmudgeon. Curmudgeon. Okay, I listened to it in my ear. A bad-tempered person, especially an old one. Yeah, but really, is Umar old? He's 51. He's older. I wouldn't say he's old though. But either way, yeah, he is. He is bad tempered, and just nasty and mean spirited. That's the word that comes to my mind. Is he's just mean spirited. And Lene talked about that, how he just has a really bad mouth on him. And the thing is that most people are unaware of that, but that's the true Umar. That's the true Umar. When he gets into these types of scenarios, you start to see the real Umar come out, right? Thank you, Slim Jerusalem 2027. I appreciate that. I learned a new word today. All right. The smart Barbie says he mad that the comments are not on his side. Yeah, that's part of it inside of his chat room. That's why he can't go live on Instagram without people clowning him. And then when those videos are uploaded onto King Kong Consciousness, back in the day it would be mainly positive comments. Now these days it's mainly negative comments. But there's a reason why more and more people are waking up. Yeah, I did have a big part to play in that. There's other people, Information Man, that had a role to play in that. A whole lot of other people too. The thing is that this year it has been such a revelation for people because they've seen the truth about Umar and who he truly is. And there's so much that has happened this year, and the evidence is all out there. There's no need for speculation or spinning the false narratives or any of that stuff. It's just Umar. And as a consequence, more and more people, especially this year, more than any other year that I've seen, they've criticized Umar. There's more critics of Umar more than any other period, from what I remember. And as a consequence, more and more people are waking up. So that's where things are at, you know. So he looks at those comments, it makes him upset. He gets unruly and angry, and he starts going back at the same people who are watching his videos. See, thank you, the smart Barbie, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Blessed and stresses, I appreciate that. Blessed and stresses, I hear that. Blessed and stresses too. Maybe he would have paid professional painters to paint. Maybe he should have paid professional painters to paint. Well, that's what he said he was going to do. We all remember that. He even had a paint truck out there, professional paint truck, but that's not what he did. He ended up using black people like slaves to do it for free. And he went through this whole thing where he was going to be selecting all these different paints. I'm talking about the outside of the building. He's going to say, yeah, we're going to select all these paints, different paints. But what does he do? He used the old paint from the Moyer Academy that had to have been at least 4 years old and sitting inside of the storage unit. It had at least 4 years old. Okay, it could have been 5, 6, 7, 8 years old. He ends up using that. But what he did was he told people we're going to be getting professional painters. But then all of a sudden we're going to paint it ourselves. But then all of the money that he was collecting, because people are, oh yeah, he's going to do it professional. What does he do? He just holds on to that money. He gets people to do it for free. And then instead of using the money to buy paint like he promised, what does he do? He uses the old paint from the J. Moyer Academy on the exterior. That's what he painted on the outside. And then had old people out there too. Old women that was out there painting in the cold. Crazy. But yeah, he should have just had paid professional painters to do the work. Okay. Loser bum. Wiping shizzle water all over the place, grunting and complaining. Yeah. He's like a troll under the bridge. Always have something to complain about, always blaming other people. He can't blame anyone for not flushing the toilets because he's the one that said that he hasn't been flushing. Well, what do you mean you haven't been? Well, that's because he's the one that's been shitting in there and he just doesn't flush. See, in my mind, it's just he wants to save money, but he had plenty of money to get all. Anyway, thanks, Blessed and Stress. I appreciate that name too. Yeah. Maddie says, donate. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. I think I'm all caught up inside of the chat room for the super chats. Okay. There was a gang of them. We almost broke the record in point. In fact, if I missed anybody, I want to apologize. In fact, let this play, and I'm just going to go through this one more time. There's so many. I'm going to go through one more time just to make sure, because I always want to make sure that I thank everyone and read their comments because it's a blessing. So I got to make sure that I honor that. So let this play. We're almost done with this video, and then we'll wind down the show. Here we go.
Brothers and sisters, do I got to put a porta potty outside and tell them to use the porta potty, brothers and sisters? It's a light drizzle.
Excuse me.
They didn't do that, my sister. Don't say that. I ain't got to do better. I'm doing great, Sebastian. I ain't got to do better. I'm doing great. I ain't got to do better. I'm doing just fine, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah, by the way, that part right there, this is where he rarely walks down this hall. It's near where the server room used to be.
It's a light drizzle.
I'll show you guys something right here.
They didn't do that, my sister. Don't say that. I ain't got to do better. I'm doing great, Sebastian. I ain't got to do better. I'm doing great.
Yeah, you see the flooring right here? This is from water damage because this was one of the major areas where they had roof problems. And so the water would just drain into this hallway right here. And as a consequence, the tiles, they got disjointed. And that's why there's no tiles down here right here.
Ain't got to do.
And this goes back to 2019. He hasn't fixed this yet, but you rarely see him walking down this hallway.
Better. I'm doing just fine, sir. Thank you very much. Have I ever been to Africa? I'm not going to answer a silly question, sir. I'm sorry. I can't answer that. He said,
They're just trolling Umar.
have I ever been to Africa? I'm sorry, brother. That question is just ridiculous. I can't answer the question, sir. I'm sorry. The question is ridiculous. The question is ridiculous. Have I ever been to Africa? I can't answer that, sir. That question is just ridiculous. That question is just ridiculous.
See all the trash down that hallway?
Have I ever been to Africa? I can't believe he just asked me that. I can't believe he just asked me, have I ever been? Let's clean this men's toilet that the contractors then shit it up.
Here he goes. he said shit it up. Who are you funny?
Clean this men's toilet that the contractors then shit it up. We're gonna need some bleach in here. They got my bathroom smelling like. We're gonna need some bleach. Your school, my school, our school. Your school, my school, our school. Your school. They could at least flush the toilet. Thank you, family. Thank you, family. They could at least flush the toilet. Thank you, family.
Man, this is so sad to see him in this position, but it's his own doing. Let me get caught up on these super chats real quick. FMG Formula 409, Don, Mr. Clean and Glade. Yeah, I used to use Formula 409. That works good. Yeah, thank you, Derek. Big Dave says he wanted to say, if you think I'm a beta male, let your wife come to my house. But since he's homeless, you're absolutely right, Big Dave. You're right about this. He wanted to say, if you think I'm a beta male, let your wife come to my house. But since he's homeless, he had to say, take her to dinner. It's true, though. He's so sad. Yesterday, and he couldn't say that to the mama closet. He couldn't do that. Okay, thanks, Big Dave. Big Dave also says, when I started watching Lenon, here we go. When I started watching Lenon, he wouldn't even buy himself a belt. Yeah, you're right. Now he got a degree, a new home, nice blinds, lighting, TV on the wall. Look at God. Yeah, and you're absolutely right about that. I have been so blessed, and I've come a very long way. And it's not just me, my wife and our children too. I'm so proud of all of them. And many of you guys know we struggled, and it was all my fault. It was my fault. I still deal with guilt about that, but I've gotten to a place where I'm more at peace with it. I don't think I probably won't ever be at complete peace with that, but there's something called radical acceptance that I've learned about. And what I have learned is that even if we don't have a plan and we're fumbling around and we're lost, that God does have a plan. Okay, I'm not a religious person either. Okay, but the universe is massive, and I know I'm not in control of much of anything. I'm in control of what I do, what I say. I'm in control of certain things, but there are so many things that are outside of my control. But when we can recognize that, in order to recognize it, you have to really be humble, and you have to be humble. And I was humbled. I can remember it too. I was at rock bottom, and by the grace of God, we've come a very long way. And you guys have a lot to do with that too. I want to thank everyone who's been supportive over the years, and even before I was doing content on Umar, I want to thank everyone. I do not take things for granted, and I'm so appreciative, and I'm thankful, and I'm very much humbled by all of it. I also know I had to work really hard, and I'm still working really hard. Yeah, but there was a time. I wouldn't buy myself a belt. My wife finally got me to get some new clothes, and a lot of it had to do because there's things I'm learning about myself even these days. A lot of it had to do with just not the self-care wasn't there, but that goes back to childhood shit, and me and my wife have been talking more recently about me doing the things that I enjoyed. I really enjoy doing live. That's why she always encourages me, because I'm reinvigorated, energized, I laugh, we have a good time. But even outside of that, I enjoy my job too, but outside of that, just doing things that bring me happiness. And at my age, I need to do that more. So yeah, I really have come away, and God has had a lot to do with it. I know that for a fact. Okay, so thank you for saying that, Big Dave. I appreciate it. And thanks for the super chat as well. Seth said Umar can't free himself from all the spaghetti he's eaten from women in the. What in the world in the past 10 plus years? I'll tell you something. There's one thing about the King Crush chat. It could get real serious, but then all of a sudden it goes left. All right, thank you, Seth. Well, this King Crush chat's crazy. Shireen, I hope I'm saying that properly, says Plumar and Plumber, a.k.a. King Kong Custodian. Plumar the plumber. Okay, all right. All right, King Kong Custodian. Thank you so much, Shireen. I hope I'm saying your name right. And then Mad Swami sent in a super sticker. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Mr. Controversial says, Lenon, your beard looking old as Here we go. Yeah. I'm growing this bottom part in just because. All right. Then I let it go like that. Okay. If I grew it all in, I'll look like I'm 80. All right. Thanks, Miss Controversy. That's one thing. Y'all be clowning me. That's okay. Love y'all anyway. Thanks, Mr. Controversy, for the super chat. Ginger Spice says, see, Lenon, you are a real man. Real men fear no one. Have the courage to admit when they are wrong, then make things right. They respect women, love children, and care for their well-being. I greatly appreciate and respect you. Real talk. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I've made again, like I said, I don't fear men. I just don't. I'm be real with you. I don't even fear death. I just don't like the idea of not being here for my wife and my children. I guess that is a fear. But in terms of fearing other men, I don't. I don't live my life that way. I've made a lot of mistakes, and I own up to them. You know, I failed a lot. And my wife and I, we've been talking about that recently because that even ties into the self-care part. Because I think part of my issue was I was trying to, what is the word? Not discipline, but I can't think of the word right now. It's almost like treating myself poorly. You know, I would hold on to clothes for far too long. I had money to get new clothes, to get new shoes, but I would just spend it on my wife, on my kids. But I wasn't taking care of myself all that much either. But my wife, she taught me this, that no, you got to take care of yourself too. And so she would encourage me to get clothes. For a long time, I wouldn't do it. I'm just using that as one example. For a long time, I wouldn't do it. But more recently, I decided to go along with it. And it made me feel better, better about myself. It's just the amount of mistakes that I made earlier on. There was a part of me that felt like I needed to make up for them later on, but you don't really have an opportunity to make up for it. The thing is that as long as you did your best and there was love that was there, and I've always loved my wife and loved my kids. It's just I made a lot of horrible decisions. You don't get to remake those decisions. What you get to do is to do better in the present. But you got to live in the present to do that. But I've been living so much in the past. One last thing I want to say, because I don't want to get too deep in this, but one of the reasons why my favorite Star Trek series is Deep Space Nine. And I realized this like a couple of days ago. The reason why I gravitated to that so strongly, well, one was because the main character was a black man in sci-fi, played by Avery Brooks. I actually met him in San Diego one time. His son, he was raising his son by himself because his wife had passed away, Jake. And I remember the first time I saw Cisco kiss Jake on the forehead or on the top of his head, something like that. I was in college the first time, and it really moved me because I never experienced that. And I told myself that's the type of father that I want to be. Now, in retrospect, another reason why, even to this day, because this is what I have up here on my just as a constant reminder. My wife, she got me this I think it was for Father's Day, Baby Yoda. But I still have these. This is Captain Cisco and this is Jake, and I always have them. And I just sit over there just to remind myself of what's important. There's an aspect of earlier on, Captain Cisco, played by Avery Brooks, he's stuck in the past. He's stuck in the past of losing his wife. And that, even though that's not what I related to the idea that your past you hold on to it and you can get stuck there. And he didn't realize this until later on when he has a spiritual revelation. He's dealing with what they call the wormhole aliens. And they said, why are you in the past? They don't have this, well, they don't call it the past, but why are you still there? They don't perceive past, present, or future. So if he's still living in the past, they only see it as the present. Okay, because they just don't distinguish between it because they're timeless. And from when they would look into him, I'm just saying spiritually, they would see that he was still stuck back there, as if he was still there. But that's stuff that happened a long time ago. Well, even to this day, that still resonates with me because there's still parts of me that's still stuck back then where all the mistakes were made. But I'm trying to move further and further away from that so that I'm in the present moment and recognize that all the blessings are here. My children are happy. My wife is happy. And she also said, even back then when we were really struggling, I really enjoyed those times because I feel like, and it's true, we were closer as a family. And what she really is talking about is that we were always together and the children were younger. So we interacted with each other more. But as they've gotten older and they get into their own lives, that doesn't happen as much. And I miss that. My wife misses that too. But that's part of our adulthood, getting older and older. And your children at some point, they'll be out and doing their own thing. And that's going to be hard to deal with. Anyway, thank you so much for the super chat and for the kind words. I really do appreciate it. And the thing is that I'm trying to do better every single day. All right. Thank you, Ginger Spice, for the super chat. All right, I believe I'm all caught up here. Let's go ahead and finish this up right now. Okay, I'm gonna leave my commentary because it's late. All right, real quick, Miss Conference says, for real, bro. I've been rocking with you for years. I don't know you personally, of course, but I have deep respect and love for you, bro. For real. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's all good, and that's why you can clown me and it's all good. I can clown you, it's all good. You know how we do. The thing is that there's a lot of people that's been around for a very long time, and they've seen the ups and downs. My whole goal in life, especially these days, is to continue to do better, but also to take better care of myself. I think I've done what I've done is I've kind of sacrificed a lot of myself trying to make up for the past, living in the past like Cisco, but that's not how life works. In the moment, and you do your best in the moment. It's interesting because even as I've kind of come to these are recent revelations to some of the stuff I'm talking about. I'm being even more mindful of spending time with my kids and saying things to them that encourage them. Like my son, he went to the gym earlier, and I told him, I said, because he likes to work out. I told him, I want you to know I love you no matter what. He says, I love you too. I said, yeah, but I love you no matter what. He says, yeah, I love you no matter what too. He starts smiling. And that's my way of saying that I got your back no matter what, and he knows that. But to verbalize that, just stuff like that, I'm in a space now where I recognize that that's part of my own self-care too, because I need to say that to them so they know that I got their back. And then by them knowing that I got their back, it makes me feel good as a husband, as a father, and as a man, and then with my wife too, supportive as much as I can be with my kids and my wife, with whatever they're going through. And sometimes I fall short, but I've really been trying to do better with that. Okay. Anyway, thank you, brother. You don't homie, so it's all good. All right. Thank you for the super chat. And then, Jam, A Man Called Hawk, number one, a classic from way back in the day with Avery Brooks. He played a fantastic role back then. And it was interesting because I used to watch that way back in the day. I think that was in the 80s, maybe 70s. That was way back. But then when he comes back and he's on Star Trek Deep Space Nine, I was like, oh, okay. All right. And that's my favorite Star Trek series is Deep Space Nine. Okay. Thank you, Jay. Yeah, I sure did. I did an Old Navy shopping spree. Not this weekend, but I did a couple of months ago. All right. Okay, let's finish this up, everybody. We were going to have a short show, but it turned out to be a mini marathon. Here we go. I'm sorry. I got to switch out my here.
They could at least flush the toilet. You know what? I'm going to wear a mask for this one.
Okay, mask. Good. Boy, this place is a mess. You ain't going to drink that water. You better not.
Well, I had to clean the water fountain.
Yeah, well, it looks like we got maybe 8 more minutes on this.
We're going to do a little bleach in here. They trying to tear up my brand new men's bathroom toilet. It's not gonna go down like that, family. Get some of this Clorox. Get some of this Clorox. Oh man, how you gonna?
Yeah. Why would he even show this?
Flush on me. I didn't want you to flush on me, family.
Umar talking to the toilet.
How you gonna flush on me? I got to clean. Don't be flushing. We got to clean. We got to clean, baby.
We may have already seen this part.
There
Let me check. Oh my goodness.
Got to clean. So all this shit look like this. Ain't nobody been in here.
You see him lying? He says it shouldn't look like this because no one's been in there. No, it looks like that because someone's been in there, Umar.
Gotta get my spray.
He just, oh my God, this guy takes the scrubber and just sets it down on the floor. This is nuts. It don't stop, D, that is all.
Where my spray at?
East B.
All right.
Humble ones.
I'm trying to focus. We must stay focused, brothers. We must stay focused.
Yeah, this is bad.
Here it is. You've been trying to run away from me? How you gonna run away from me? Now we talking. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
There you go.
Let's go. Let's go.
See, you don't clean the inside and then clean the outside. Anyway.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Got to get the school ready. I'm the only institution builder, relevant institution builder.
Now he got the rag in there.
In the North American Black conscious.
The same water. Anyway.
Community. I'm the only relevant institution builder.
And then he starts wiping. Anyway, I'll let it play. Well, I tell you, man.
In the North American Black conscious community. Not Jesus, Ifatunde.
Here he goes.
Why am I filming and cleaning? Silly question, but I'll answer it. I know y'all don't know no better. I wanted y'all to keep me. Is there something wrong with me asking my donors and supporters to keep me company while I clean? Is there something wrong with me asking my donors and supporters to keep me company while I clean? Is there something wrong with that, brother?
Well, the thing is that if you just clean, you'll be more efficient and you get things done quicker because you can use two hands and focus on what you're doing instead of going crazy with just one hand and the other hand holding the phone and going crazy on the people in the chat room clowning you. This guy, it's ridiculous.
Why is that a problem? Can somebody help me? Can somebody help me? Why is it a problem for me to ask my donors and supporters to keep me company while I clean? Why is that a problem? Why is that a problem, brothers and sisters? Why is that a problem? Y'all make something out of nothing and ain't building nothing. Y'all will make something.
Yeah, he's wiping everything down with the same nasty toilet water.
Out of nothing and ain't building nothing. We got to bleach him.
You see how the water is all dirty?
We ain't add no bleach. Got to Clorox the game. We gonna Clorox the game a little bit. There we go. Getting brighter and brighter. These toilets is about $200, brothers and sisters.
So what? You know, collected millions of dollars, Umar. What you talking about? These toilets are $200. Boy, this is wild.
No, I think they more than that. I think they like $500.
So what? Even $500. Umar, cut it out.
Industrial toilets with the automatic flush. Thank you to my donors. Hit the PayPal. Please hit the PayPal. PayPal.me/FDMG Academy. Please hit the PayPal. Please hit the PayPal. PayPal.me.
Umar he's a dumpster diva. He really is. Let me do these other super chats just so I can stay on top. We're almost done, everybody. Thank you for your patience. A man called. Yeah, okay, I got that one. Luna Sun says, I'm tired of Umar holding these poor buildings hostage. And really the word hostage is true, because the EPA back in 2019, they issued a report, and they told the city that what the city should do with these abandoned buildings is tear them down and then repurpose the land and create a sports facility complex for the Boys and Girls Club. So when Umar purchased them, none of that is able to happen. Purchased these abandoned buildings, none of that's able to happen. He's held these buildings hostage ever since. If you think about it, by now, I would think we can say, because he's had them for 6.5 years, you can figure, let's say over the last 4 years, potentially there could have been services offered to the Boys and Girls Clubs, the children there, if Umar didn't have these buildings, and these buildings were shut down or closed down and then torn down, and then a whole sports complex built. Those are services that and opportunities for those children that are taken away because of Umar. Yeah, he's held these abandoned buildings hostage. That's what I'm saying. It's not just that Umar hasn't done anything, it's that he's also taken away from that community by holding these buildings hostage. See that? Does that make sense what I'm explaining here? The city, it was suggested by the Environmental Protection Agency, which is a government agency, to tear these buildings down because they were classified as brownfield catalyst sites. They're toxic, just like Umar. And they suggested that they tear the buildings down and that they repurpose the land and create a sports complex. And then that would go to the Boys and Girls Club. And so it's all types of things that could have taken place with that for the children that are provided services at the Boys and Girls Club. Umar comes in, he purchases abandoned buildings, he takes that away, that opportunity away, and he's been sitting on these buildings for 6.5 years. So you're right. Thank you, Luna Sun. I appreciate it. Jam 7 Jack 5 says 70s babies raised in the 80s. Yeah. I'm hashtag I'm 50, hashtag best era. Yeah, I was raised in the 70s and in the 80s. And it was a good time. I mean, I'm from Southern California. The 80s were kind of rough because of the gang violence and stuff. That kind of got out of control. But it was a good time. A lot of good music too during that time period. 70s and the 80s, a lot of great music. Stevie Wonder, Michael Jackson, Prince. Yeah. Yep. Thank you, Jam 7 Jack 5. Miranda says, Lenon, you're doing an awesome job. I found you, I want to say in 2019, my oldest put me on Umar, and searching YouTube, your video popped up, and that's how I joined the Cookie Crush Chat family. I was working on a master's at the same time you were in school. Salute. Yeah, thank you so much. I started to consistently do Umar videos in 2019. And I haven't done it straight through. I've taken breaks. I think the longest break I took was like 8 months or something like that. But I take like breaks every once in a while. I may take 3 weeks or 2 or 4 weeks. It just depends. But back then in 2019, when I was really getting into doing Umar videos, it wasn't how it is today. You know, it's come. The Cookie Crush Chat is really where the joy is at. And you guys really have brought a lot of joy to my life. You really have. It's such a blessing. I can't even express how much of a blessing it is. You guys have made me, I don't know if I should say it that way, but you guys made me a happier person and a more joyful person, and also a more comedic person. And then it translates over into my everyday life. So I'm really appreciative of that. That's the thing. When you're building, and it's not even a building, but when you grow something and it's just organic and it's good, it impacts everyone, and it has the potential to impact everyone in a positive way. And I know the Cookie Crush Chat has impacted me in such a positive way. I'm so thankful. I really am. And I look forward to even just getting on here and just hanging out with you guys. You know, if even doing content outside of Umar, at some point I have a contingency plan. We'll still get together and we'll just have a good time. You know, and I'm looking forward to that as well. So thank you so much for your kind words. I've done my best to do better, and I'm still seeking to do better every single day. But I do know that one of the reasons why I have been able to do better, and I also consider myself to be a better person, is because of the Cookie Crush Chat. You know, laughter, I mean, it's something else. Joking and all that stuff, it really is. This is positive, very positive and motivating factor for me. So thank you guys so much. All right. And thanks, Miranda, for the super chat. Yeah, I think we broke the record for super chats too today. I didn't mean to. All right. Thank you so much, Miranda. And then Mr. Controversy says, so the contractors shitted in every toilet. Well, that's what Umar is saying here. I don't believe it at all. I don't believe it. I think Umar's been using those bathrooms and he just doesn't want to flush. And that's what he admitted to it. He says, I haven't been flushing. So it sounds to me that there is water that's running. He doesn't flush because he wants to save on water. And I get it, I guess. But come on, he's received millions of dollars. That shouldn't even be an issue. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. That's the thing about Umar. He will never hold himself accountable. And when he fails, he blames everyone else. When he makes mistakes, he blames everyone. Now, me, I blame myself. I know I'm the one that messed up over and over and over again. And I hold myself accountable for that, you know, and I'll live with that, you know, every single day. You know, part of my, and this is going to be the last thing we're going to finish up. Part of my, the rest of my life, because I'm almost 50, the rest of my life is about being able to be at peace with all of the things that I failed at in life. That's really what the goal is at this point. And if I'm able to get the closer I'm able to get to at peace, I may not ever always get all the way there, but if I'm able to get closer and closer to peace, then the more enjoyable I'll in terms of the rest of the time I have on this planet, I can enjoy life more. That's my goal right now. Right. All right. Thank you guys so much. Let's finish this up. There's about maybe 8 more minutes. Here we go.
/FDMG Academy. Please hit the PayPal. Please hit the PayPal. PayPal.me/FDMG Academy. Check or money order. P.O. Box 9634 Wilmington, Delaware 19809. P.O. Box 9634 Wilmington, Delaware 19809. P.O. Box 9634 Wilmington, Delaware 19809. Hit the PayPal, brothers and sisters. Hit the PayPal, brothers and sisters. It's getting cleaner and cleaner every flush. Every flush, brothers and sisters. Oh, yes.
Here you go with the old.
You sending 10 cents, huh? Bitch ass.
Yeah. I told y'all he's cleaning the inside and use the same rag to clean the outside. But then someone said, someone said, it really is. And Daniel, it really is. It's egregious. Someone told him that they're gonna send him 10 cents. This was from 3 days ago. This was 3 days ago. Somebody told him they're gonna send him 10 cents, and Umar, he was so mad. Hey, T Jones, how you doing? All right, let's finish this up. Poor Umar. They just trolling him anyway, but he mad because of money, you know.
Every flush, brothers and sisters. Oh, yes.
He is. He's rude.
You sending 10 cents, huh? Bitch ass.
Umar's funny.
Getting brighter and brighter with every flush. Oh, yes, brothers and sisters. Let them hate. We gonna congratulate. 10 cent. Well, if you're going to send 10 cent, you didn't have to broadcast that. Anybody got a problem with my clap back? Middle fingers to you too.
Wow, man, this guy. Yeah, this is one of the worst videos I've seen of Umar.
If you sending 10 cents, you ain't got to broadcast that. Anybody got a problem with my clap back? Middle fingers to you too.
He's so mean-spirited.
Anybody got a problem with the clap back? Middle fingers to you too. I'm not playing with none of y'all. He too arrogant. He needs to humble himself. He too arrogant.
You do. You are too arrogant. And the irony is that you're a broke ass bum living in your mama closet when you can. You're homeless right now. You've been homeless since 2019, but you have this arrogance about yourself. And I'm gonna tell you, Umar, that if you don't humble yourself, God will do it. And you don't want that. See, he hadn't figured it out yet. He's so arrogant. See, there's no change with arrogance. There's only change with humility. You got to humble yourself. And sometimes if you don't do it yourself, God gonna do it, and you will be brought to your knees.
Need to humble himself. He too arrogant. He needs to humble himself. Everybody in the conscious community is arrogant. What are you singling me out for? Ain't I the most requested? Am I?
See, here we go. More arrogance, narcissism. He wants to play as if he's being victimized. Narcissism.
The most credentialed? Am I the #1 most requested? The only one to speak on every continent this century? The greatest school psychologist in history? The builder of the only relevant institution? One of the top 50 greatest orators the African race has ever produced? He too arrogant. He too arrogant. Everybody's arrogant. Y'all just mad at me because I'm #1. Fuck out of here.
Wow. I don't have no words. Let's keep going.
Fuck out of here. Fuck out. He the most requested, and he's still humble enough to clean the toilet. He the most requested, and he's still humble enough to give his phone number out. He the most requested, and he's still available to help black parents. Calling somebody arrogant. Give me a break. Y'all just mad I'm still #1. Y'all done threw
Yeah, see, it's a hit dog will holler.
everything at me. Y'all done try to get the school tooken. Y'all done try to get my mama tooken. Y'all done try to get everything, and I'm still standing. Fuck out of it. Fuck out of it. Where is baby Smurf? I'll be the #1 toilet cleaner. I ain't got no problem with that. I ain't got no problem with that. I need a trash can in the teacher's lounge. I just realized it, brothers and sisters. I need a trash can in the teacher's lounge. I need a cleaning caddy. The teacher's lounge. Coming for the prince.
Yeah, he done lost it, y'all. He done lost it. Yeah, he loves saying tooken. He said, I ain't never tooken a life. I ain't never tooken a life. I ain't tooken nothing. I've taken some things. Anyway.
Black boys, hold on, we coming, baby. Black boys, hold on, we coming. And I'm your history teacher. I'm your Pan-African studies professor. Oh, yes. You better be able to quote Jean-Jacques Dessalines. You better be able to quote the prophet Nat Turner. You better be able to quote the right, excellent, most honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey. We not playing with you. And let me say this to all the other consciousness and ideologies in the black conscious movement.
All the other what? Conscious? What are you talking about?
Don't come to my school and disrespect Pan-Africanism one time, your ass in a book of Negroes. You feel me? Don't come here and
yeah, he's in bad shape, y'all. I told y'all. Look at him.
disrespect. I'm telling you now. This is the temple of Pan-Africanism. Don't play me.
Temple. Here we go. Colt.
Your ass will be banned for life, and I don't want to hear no excuses because I told you. This is RB Jesus. coming to you live and direct.
Here we go. See the coat thing? Now he's Jesus. Yeah, something's wrong with him, like big time.
Y'all want to see my office? Okay. Ladies, who gonna decorate my office? Here go my office. This is my office. This is the principal's office. Who gonna decorate the principal? Ladies, we almost ready. Who gonna decorate the principal's office? I need a handful of queens to come decorate the principal's office. What kind of couch? What kind of desk? What kind of plant? What kind of chair? Oh, yes, African artwork. Oh, yes. And this is my conference room. Right next door, the principal's conference room. Ladies, we got to decorate I need a big conference table in here. We got to have a conference table in here. Oh, yes. Let's get down to business. You going to donate some art? Make sure it ain't got no evil spirits on it, my sister.
Look who's talking. Look who's talking.
If you're going to donate some art, make sure it's been cleansed and purified. Make sure you sage it down. We don't want no.
See, this is the thing I was talking about, where you have people, and the most dangerous people are the people who believe that they're doing good, but they're actually doing evil. See, Umar is into that evil. He's an evil person. I've already talked about this. That's why he's behaving like this. See, but you notice how he's talking as if things have to be purified to be in his space, not recognizing that he's the one that is toxic in the first place. You guys understand what I'm saying here? He's the source of all the toxicity. So the notion that something has to be purified in order to be in his space, it doesn't make any sense, because he's the one who's toxic in the first place. See, the most dangerous people are the people who believe that they're doing good, but they're actually doing evil.
Demons in the school. This is a children's school. If you donate an art that is not brand new,
first of all, Umar, he's the demon. Let's be real about it. But secondarily, is he suggesting that it has to be brand new so that it's pure? Oh, well, I tell you, this guy, he's something else.
make sure you sage it down. Oh, man, this is disrespectful right here. Let me block this Neanderthal. They don't know how to act.
Boy, he can't even focus. He was talking about one thing. Now anyway.
You coming to help decorate Sister Tanya 3?
And that's it. And, just look at how Umar, I don't mean to laugh, but if you look at how Umar looks right here, I think it just kind of summarizes everything. This is a hard video. These last 2 days, the videos that we watched, very difficult to get through. Very difficult. It's a culmination of things. Okay, you guys give me 5 minutes here. It's a culmination of things. It's everything that took place at the beginning of the year, coming into the middle of the year. Now we're at the end of the year. We had Umar being exposed as a deadbeat. Umar going online, attacking his daughter, telling his followers to go at her in their DMs. Him attacking his online, talking poorly about his baby mama. So you guys remember all of this? And we move it forward. You have Lenon comes out, spills the beans, and then how Umar responded to that. Okay, not a good look on Umar. That backfired. That was a huge one right there. A lot of people, they were turned off by that because they recognized that Umar, here he is again, disparaging a woman that he was intimate with, but he didn't have a problem with her when he was intimate. But then when she exposes him as for what he is, okay, and especially his mother's living conditions and how he has her living in filth, just like he lives in filth, he flips the script and he tries to condemn her. He doxes her. He engages in what is called revenge porn, okay, on his Instagram page. It turned a lot of people off, okay, talking all up under her skirt and all this stuff. And then you move it forward, he starts coming up with these stories about how Lenon hacked his bank account and somehow I was involved with it too. And then he needs a lawyer, he needs money for that and blah, blah, blah. It just goes on and on and on. And then we have the situation with the city of Wilmington that blows up. And Umar's, he has all these bills that need to be paid. The schools are on the brink of being sold at a sheriff's sale, et cetera, et cetera. Umar comes up with this, concocts this whole narrative, false narrative, and lying on the city and all this other stuff. But meanwhile, he's trying to get money out of people. And then, of course, you have Marianne Lauren, who comes out and exposes Umar for how he treated her and people who were on set for the making for the Waking film. And that was a huge expose. Umar tries to sue her for $500,000 and steal her intellectual property. She finally comes on to my show after all that took place a couple of years ago. She comes on to my show, and she interviewed her, and she talks about her experience dealing with him. And ultimately, what he was attempting to do was steal her intellectual property, but also sue her for $500,000. You fast forward, Umar ends up paying out to her $68,000, I believe, a little over $68,000, something to that effect. Pays out to her, but $68,000, something like that. The point is that it's been a very rough year for Umar, and the chickens have been coming home to roost. There's other things too that have happened. You know, the vandalism, and he's trying to get a lawyer to sue me and sue Lene and all this other stuff. And he wants everyone to pay for his followers to pay for it. And then we fast forward to today, to 3 days ago, and then we have this. It's wrong on so many different levels. And I think Umar, the ranting towards the end, where he's kind of, you can tell he's very agitated, and he's talking, doing all this kind of stuff, the barking, and just sound like a savage. Umar, you done gone savage. But you see that there are things that took place leading up to this, and I'm going to tell you something, Umar, because I know you watch these videos. You think things are rough now? This is just the beginning. And I told you this back when I interviewed Lene. I told you back then, but you don't listen, and you don't want to humble yourself. And you're almost, I mean, you are on your knees already, homeboy. You up here cleaning shitty toilets and don't know what you're doing, and it's a minstrel show. But if you think it's bad now, you keep doing what you're doing, and you're going to see. See, you're unwilling to change, and you're unwilling to humble yourself. No change comes without humility. You best believe things are going to get far worse. Just like with some of these other people. They went at me for years. I didn't say nothing. No, go on ahead. Do what you do. And there's people still. Go on ahead. Do what you do. It ain't got nothing to do with me. You just wait. And God's going to humble you. Either you do it or God's going to do it. And you don't want God to do it because God don't play no games. But the arrogance, people believe that somehow they're beyond it. You're not. I wasn't. I got brought to my knees too, and it wasn't too long ago. But I had enough humility then to recognize, listen, I got to make some changes, and it was all my fault. I hold myself accountable. Now let's get to 1 step, 2 step, 3 step, and let's keep going. And then here we are in 2025. So I'm not speaking from a place of a high horse or someone who ain't done the work to get beyond it. I'm talking about someone who is still in the process, and I have some wisdom to share. Umar, you think it's bad now? This is just the beginning, unless you humble yourself and you do what you need to do. And I already told you what you need to do, but you don't listen. You hard-headed. This is one of the worst videos I've seen of Umar, and that's saying a lot. Thank you all so much for tuning on. And there was a couple other super chats here. Information man said, thank you. I still think the end is near for Umar. I do too. I think this will go on for a year, max another year and a half. It could be sooner than that, but I can't see in any way for, in particular, this FDMG school scam to continue beyond a year and a half. Now, I did say back in 2019 that I give it another 3.5 to 4 years. Okay, we're 6.5 years, but into this. But given the trajectory of where things are at, and given Umar's arrogance and narcissism and his unwilling to humble himself and hold himself accountable. Again, if you don't hold yourself accountable, God's going to do it. I know. I'm not talking hypothetically. I know. With wisdom, I know. From experience, I know. There is no way that Umar is going to be able to extend this with the trajectory as it is right now for another year and a half. There's absolutely no way. These buildings were on the brink of being taken away from him, not too long ago. So if he doesn't make some serious changes in his life, the trajectory is going to continue to spiral down. And at a certain point, this whole FDMG school scam is going to come to an end. See, it's only a matter of time. one way or the other, whether it is in this life or after you're done with this one, there are going to be the consequences. You're going to have to deal with them. Real talk. Thank you, information man. Danielle says this video is appalling. I might just throw up. Yeah, it really is. This again, it is. It's one of the worst. It could be the worst. Even just from it's just nasty. It's just filthy. You know, it could be the worst, but I'm going to say one of the worst because the SETI rant's up there too. Thank you, Danielle. And then the Mrs. B says, you're a good man with a good heart, Lenon. Thank you so much. I appreciate the kind words. I'm trying to do better. And I have been. I shouldn't even say try, because my wife the other day, she says, there is no try. I said, you're right about that. I have been doing better, and I'm going to continue to do so. And I'll continue to cover Umar for as long as it needs to. He needs to be covered. Like I said before, I don't have any animosity towards Umar. I think Umar is an excellent opportunity for us to learn about life on different levels. And I think one of the preeminent lessons that we can learn from Umar is the importance of staying humble. And that if your ego gets too far out of control, to really back in. You know, and if you're losing your mind like Umar, clearly, then you need to go and get the help that you need to get things put back on track. And if you're an absentee father, well, do what you got to do so that you're no longer absent. You guys understand what I'm saying? That's a lot of lessons that we can learn from this guy. I've learned a lot from Umar, and it's not like he's teaching me in a positive way. It's just I can recognize I'm not going to be doing no shady shit like that. And I'm not going to be doing the type of things that Umar is doing, talking crazy. No, I'm not going to do that. You know? Yeah, I want Umar to do better. Okay. Now, real quick, do I think he's going to do better? No. I'll leave it at that. Thank you so much, Mr. B, for Mrs. B for the super chat, and everyone who sent super chats. Thank you guys so much. I think we broke the record today. I'm pretty sure we did. Also want to thank the moms for handling business. I appreciate each and every one of you. I want to thank everyone in the Good Quest chat for being here during this live stream. I hope you enjoyed the show. And also, I want to thank Umar Johnson followers too. I have no animosity towards y'all, but some of y'all, you need to really check yourself, because Umar, if you're following Umar, you're following Umar. And if you're following Umar and he's leading you down a certain path based on who Umar truly is, you're being led down a self-destructive path. It's very clear to me. You got to be clear about who it is that you're following. It's your decision to be made. But understand, if you're following someone like Umar, well, ultimately, you're following someone who is demonic. I don't like to use those types of terms, but it is what it is. And if you think that somehow by following someone who is operating from that scope, that's going to be a benefit to your life, okay, you got something else coming. And I've seen it over and over and over again, including with people who were ardent defenders of Umar and seeing the trajectory of their life. I'm trying to help y'all out. Okay, but it's your life. You do what you want to do. Consequences and repercussions. All right. All right. Thank you guys again for tuning on in. I hope you enjoyed the show. If at any point you enjoyed the show and you haven't hit that like button, go and hit that like button. Shout out to the Cookie Crush chat. I'm going to end it right here. I love you all. And we'll be back tomorrow. We're going to cover the interview that Umar did, where in part of the interview, he's talking about FDMG. Okay. Okay. No outro today. I'm going to leave it right there. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Love y'all. Cookie Crush chat's undefeated. Y'all take care. Peace.